always on the outside, through a window looking in. Never the right time, so the chance goes by again. Lines begin to show, and we feel broken. To move on, we have to drop the pieces we're holding. And no one is perfect. You don't need to be strong every single day. No one really knows along the way that the best things in life can be perfect anyway. Chase
everyone, and welcome to the Progenitor League Circuit, our May tournament here in this wonderful year of 2025. I'm Admin Anonymous, and I am here with Top Ramen Chef.
Hello, everyone. I'm glad to be here.
And what an interesting day. We have Juhadre on leave this month because he is celebrating a newborn child, and we are very excited for him. So please don't bother him. But we give a huge shout out to Juhadre and Zephraya in our YouTube chat, though. Hello, little kid Hadre and parents. All right. Our first match today is going to be, I've already forgot it. I had it on here. It is going to be two new teams to our tournament. It is Suspect Chungus and Arcane Animals.
Yep. I'll always look forward to seeing new teams at the Progenitor League circuit, see what they bring to the table. Everyone's always got their own unique champion pools, their styles, and we'll see how they manage to face off against each other.
Absolutely. Looks like we are starting picks and bans here. So we're gonna go and here we go. I am just running so many things out the start here, but first ban we have is our Janna.
Yeah. All right. So somebody doesn't like Enchanter supports. Maybe I haven't seen any of these teams play yet, so we're not quite sure if their support's a Janna one trick or anything like that. But next ban is Hui and Aatrox. So they look definitely like some maybe a little personal based on those first couple of bans there. As looking for target some of the more some mastery. Maybe that's what's going on there with those bans.
Yep, a lot of mage and a lot of casters coming out right at the start. So yeah, these teams did use a draft tool, so they are going through this very quickly. They've already made the decisions, so we're not going to see the exact choice order. Which I was going to say that was going to be an interesting pick of a Caitlyn though, in the jungle, but nope, that is a more standard pick in the jungle of Nunu and Willump, and. Yeah, I like this Mbessa Rumble matchup. This one I actually haven't seen, but it sounds very interesting to me because of the manaless play.
Yeah, and go see an interesting mid lane matchup as well. Kennen and Ahri. Kennen may have been flexed in the pick phase early as possibly a top lane option as well, but looks like they're been running that mid lane, so that'll be interesting to see. You don't typically see Kennen mid lane. That really throws me back to very, very old League of Legends where Kennen used to be a mid laner in some cases.
Interesting that actually Darius was one of the last bans. That tells me that the last picks were up in this top lane.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, probably a little bit of pocket pick and Bessa and to target these, and let's see, we have Blitzcrank and Kai'Sa.
We have our Yuumi pick in the bot lane for Suspect Chungus.
Can't ban out every enchanter.
Yeah, ban every enchanter except the cat.
Yeah. Let's see. Blitzcrank always gets a 2-for-1 deal when he hooks someone with Yuumi on top. So it's that looks like it could be fun for the bot lane side on Arcane Animals. And
Aphelios is not very mobile.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little spooky in the bot lane. I think we'll have to see how they manage to play through that.
So that's going to be very interesting to watch. I'm excited to see this bot lane and this top lane and see how it comes out, and also just to see these new players.
Yeah, let's see. Nunu versus Graves of the Jungle. I always like to see Nunu. Nunu has some very, very obnoxious patterns as a jungler, but can really disrupt standard farming patterns. Things that Graves would really enjoy. So when he gets full clear, his jungle would be really strong than one shot you. So we'll see if Brian Moser can do anything to disrupt disrupt the enemy jungle and try to keep Graves low economy and out of the game.
Yeah, but the thing about Nunu, let's see, is trying to keep Graves out of the game, or is Graves trying to keep Nunu out of the game?
Because Nunu operates better on low econ, I would think. So if
it's very difficult to keep
terrorizes-
Nunu out of the game. You hit Q and you're able to stay in pretty much wherever you are, even in the jungle. Usually you don't have to run very far to get a good heal, and then if you run in on a lane, if you're like chasing down Mbesta, she gets a lot of damage on Nunu and Willump. They can just tank that front part of the damage, Q a minion, get healthy again, and keep up the pressure. Graves, on the other hand, he may be a little bit more squishy, but he likes to be in your face anyway, because that's how he gets an incredible amount of damage. It is insane how much damage Graves can just blast out with that shotgun Destiny.
Yeah, the only thing we're missing from Nunu is the Kesha audio clips, as chat's mentioning. Nothing like watching Kesha cast some Nunu mechanics. Truly some of the most exciting league content out there. If you remember Nunu getting picked in pros last season, the Kesha VOD clips are amazing. I definitely recommend someone look at that at some point. It also reminds me of a Mobile Fire guide, really old, but the Nunu guide, and the video was titled "How to Win by Losing," and it's about a Nunu player getting basically no camps, but the enemy Shaco jungle also getting no camps, and because they're both low econ, and Nunu's stronger at the low econ level, eventually, even though Shaco gets lots of kills, they win the game, even though it looks like they're losing. As it's really just a gold
like
dip.
just the top lane Scion play, where you can have these very different play styles and yet still be contributing to your team.
Yeah, and that's always the risk you have when you want play. You play Graves, just really take over games. It's really exciting to see him just 1v9 games when he becomes really strong. But if you don't get the gold, then you do have the problem. It's like, what if the enemy jungler is just useful because his champion presses a couple of abilities, and they're inherently useful regardless of how much damage it deals. So we'll be getting in the game shortly here, it looks like.
Yeah, we are loading into game. We're very excited for our first round of Swiss. Let us know in chat, who do you think is going to win? Is it going to be our blue team or red team? It's Suspect Chungus or Arcane Animals?
Yeah, so we'll see.
And
we'll also be entering the Rift, new preseason, or Cup
right,
going from Noxus to Ionia. We'll see the Spirit Blossoms float
new
out
Rift
from the
since
Nexus.
the last tournament.
Yeah, all nice and pretty, not so red anymore, but we still have the feats of strength. We have the new Otacon that will come with the Thornbound Otacon, and with the new Spiritual Purification Blessing, and and we have only one set of Void Grubs. We'll see how the junglers operate around sort of the little bit less objectives than this time around as well.
All right. We are in lane, well, getting to lane at least, and yeah, let's see how people set up. Looks like a fairly standard setup for both teams here.
30 seconds until minions.
And yeah, look at this beautiful little rift. In fact, I happen to be controlling the camera, so we're going to look at all the rift just because I'm going to abuse my powers here. Never mind, we're going to look at, a little bit of a cheese. Doesn't quite work out. That's not where they're hiding.
Yep, you go. Always Blitzcrank throwing out that hook early, just looking for something to get a free first blood. Not going to find it.
That's a good choice. Might as well. You do lose. You don't really lose cooldowns going into lane with that. You lose like a little bit of mana, but at the same time, like you're gonna throw hooks out. You should be throwing hooks out like that anyway to try to get that early advantage. Oh, we do have not quite an early invade. It's getting the early information there.
Yep. Both teams opening up pretty wide to try to negate any sort of invades, and Nunu's going to start his bottom side Raptors, and we're seeing Graves on the top side starting his red. So we're seeing opposite side starts on the jungle, which will open up some interesting gank paths.
Okay, well, let me get this set up here.
Yoshi King going for another rocket grab, and just barely missing Jin's Opera there as Arc Animals push their first wave in. And that's gonna be the key thing. Is like, do you get hit by a hook, and do you have flash in the bot lane? So, and it's gonna happen every 20 seconds or so. And as Arcanus hits level 2, another Rock Dagger comes out and misses Jin's Opera, playing with fire there, but is all right, and it's gonna be able to pick up that wave under turret.
All right, we have just. Otherwise, we do have an early invade coming in from... Not invade, gank coming in from Brian Mosser on Nunu Willem. Burns the flash.
Yep. Getting extremely dangerously low from Kai'Sa, and the Ignite's going to finish him off. First blood goes to Blitzcrank there. Not a sort of a abbreviated gank path for Nunu. 2 camps into a gank, but is not able to connect that, and it's going to put him pretty far behind as Graves finishes his full clear.
I'm disappointed. I actually didn't stay on the camera. The camera wigged out, and I couldn't stay on to figure out why he still kept going in so hard, even after burning the flash. Because he could have just used burned the flash and walked away. But now Asan wants to get a little bit more out of this play.
Yeah, Jin's Opera is out by himself as a three Shark Animals collapse on him. He's going to flash away, and he's got Graviton. He's able to hit Graves with the Biting Eclipse and put him relatively low with the combo. So he's able to get out, but now the wave's in sort of an awkward spot, and Graves is still steady.
Surprisingly low. Just missed a little bit of a gank up in the top lane. Looking at the bot lane here, but that was surprisingly low for how healthy Jin's Opera here is on goodness, what is this champion's name?
Aphelios, yeah.
Aphelios. I was like, it's not Akshan, it's not Aurelion Sol. I just knew it was an A name. A lot of damage happening in the top lane though.
Yeah, Rumble and Best are going up, going tit for tat in the top lane, putting each other both pretty low. Brian Supposedly didn't have a gank top lane as well, but wasn't able to get too much out of it. Both champions very low, and no junglers here. But now Flame Clear comes in with the Rumble. He's overheating. He's getting the auto attacks off, and Best is dashing with Drake out step, flashes forward on Rumble with that auto attack, then powered auto attack from the overheat, doing enough damage to finish off that kill. Really close, in the favor of Suspect Junkus.
I was about to say, just before that happened, it was like, when the next engage happens, it is going to be who uses the... However, there's a lot of damage in there.
Charm landing in the mid lane on the Kennen. He's getting dangerous low. Minions are coming in. The autos are flashing. The caster minion autos are coming in, and the kill goes to Strike. Strikey little is like, don't mess with those casters. They have hands.
Oh, anyway, on the earlier top lane engage where I was talking about whoever uses the shield last was most likely going to win, and it turned out to be true. And Bessa went in with the early shield, and all Rumble did was just wait out the shield, used his own shield to follow that up. However, it did need the flash to end up getting the kill. So without flash, I would have been wrong. In any case, very good plays coming from Arcane Animals here. Thank
you, Lockline, for Brian Moser. The biggest player comes in, goes wide. Yoshi King is on top of you here. Felix is already dead, and no friends left in the bot lane. Yumi goes down, not able to jump away. Strikey Law is looking for a charm there, maybe an auto attack on the mid lane as well. A pretty good value kills from the side of Arcane Animals, and they're gonna move over to the dragon here and take first Ocean Drake.
Yeah, Arcane Animals picks up another kill, picks up the first Drake of the game, and we are moving right along, looking pretty healthy. Let me get some stats for you here.
Yeah. Kyoto taking a very large trade from Strike on the mid lane there, which is just the Foxfire and the we have Public Execution on the top lane from Cheetah, landing on the couch getting dangerously low, drops the Equalizer a little too late. Cheetah's going to take a little bit of damage, but comes out with a very nice kill and the top lane as well. So Arcane Animals getting really nice leads on both their sidelines and mid lanes up too, as you can see, as Kyoto is not able to walk up here and farm the lane. Flash forward from Striking Wall, really nice combo into the over deception. Foxfire, Electro finishes him off, and we have 3 very convincingly winning lanes on the side of Arcane Animals. Flash forward from Yoshi King there on the Jin's Opera. Hook misses again. Jin's Opera has been doing a good job of dodging most of those hooks there, but it's just one that lands, and now you have us on doing a little bit of a ward clearing on the bot lane there, and Arcane Animals are maybe looking for a little bit more. Asan's going to back instead there, and Yoshi King's going to land a hook on the Jin's Opera, and that might just spell instant death. Kaisa coming in with the damage, and now Yumi's all by herself running under the safety of turret. The passive from Kaisa is the final auto executes, and another 2 kills to the side of bot lane. That's the 3-0 Kaisa and a 2-0 Blitzcrank. Lots of gold on the bot lane, and they're building a large bounty as well.
Yeah, that was the danger we talked about in pick bans with the Blitzcrank versus a Yuumi, was that if you get picked, you're probably just going to die. And that's a lot of work for an ADC, a lot of mental load for the ADC to be thinking about at all times. Because you're the only target, so there's only one pattern for Blitzcrank to try to pick from, and yeah, that's gonna be 8-1 so far for the side of Arcane Animals. All told, we have a fight around the Void Grubs. Never mind.
Yeah.
Nuda decides I don't want that smoke.
Yeah, Suspect Chungus is not quite in position to fight for the Void Grubs. They're going to go ahead and make the right decision here to move away from that. Cheeto San's there. Yoshi King is rotated up from the bot lane, and on the side of Suspect Chungus, you still have two members bot lane, so there's a numbers advantage there. San's going to pick up the 3 Void Grubs for free. Also want to point out here that Striking Wall has already upgraded his from Dark Seal to Magi's. That's a full item technically, and
a full item with 4 stacks.
Yeah, and so that's a decent amount of AP so far, and if you see Strikey pick up like a couple assists or a kill, that's gonna make him extremely strong. Now we see Asan looking here, and Cheetah looking for a dive. Public Execution lands on the couch. Couch drops the Equalizer, try to clear the wave. It's not enough. Asan takes a lot of damage, but Brian Moser's here. But versus Cheeto, maybe it's a little too strong. Mbessa's a level up. Got some gold. Brian Moser's a little bit behind. Doesn't really have any items, and you're gonna have to disengage that one.
That's a healthy Ambessa with a level 6 power spike, so she's got that healing. Good call not to chase it down, clearing the wave a little bit.
Yeah, Kyoto and Strikey though doing a little bit of trading in the mid lane. Kyoto really trying to pick up CS on the turret. Strikey will just arcing rush with the wall. The Graves ulti comes over the wall too, doing lots of damage. Brian Moser is getting cut out there. Really surprised. Looks like Narc Hook landed the bot lane from Yoshi King, and again, Ibonaut picking up more kills in the bot lane, and they're going to be able to translate that into a lot of turret damage as they just got the Void Grubs and the lane's completely open. There's no one here to defend this turret.
Yeah. Arcane Animals getting another kill. Very solid. And especially another 2 kills in the bot lane, because that Blitzcrank pick was against this Yuumi was very fortuitous on Arcane Animal side. Loving the strategy that we're seeing that just came as early as the pick bans, and it is paying in dividends for them.
Yeah, and now you see 4 plates on the side of the line. Charm lands on Kyoto as well with the Orb of Deception, Lecture procs, and he's got about 300 health remaining, and that's versus an Ahri with now 8 Magi stacks, and so the risk of putting her over 10 stacks, getting bonus movement speed, even more AP, it becomes a nightmare to deal with. Cheeto and Gauss are trading in the top lane as well. Cheeto seems to come out a little bit ahead and is able to block a lot of damage from the Flame Spirit with the Radiate. Yoshi King flash with the wall.
Oh my goodness!
Arcane was a spot out Brian Moser, and Kaisa with the ultimates really able to follow up with that relentless shoot, and not relentless.
I thought that was a little bit aggressive, but I'm like, well, he's all alone, and then all of a sudden he was just dead instantly.
Yeah, Kaisa, by the way, full item here, fighting Aphelios and the Yuumi. Flash forward from Yoshi King, and Another Graves ultimate that's pretty low cooldown ability, just taking out a free kill. Now just Yuumi under turret recalling, but Yoshi King's looking for the dive with Rocket Punch knock up, and Kai'Sa just deals so much damage that Yoshi King only has to take one turret shot, and that means with the Void Grubs and this huge minion wave, that's going to be a turret down in the bot lane. But first turret just went down to mid lane. Striker just picked that up, and by the way, also picked up an assist there. 10 Magi stacks. He's got bonus movement speed now, and that's Oh, actually, did they? Yeah, it is 10. They didn't remove that. That's good.
10% movement speed at that 10 stacks, and that is another 50 AP just from that item. Strike is looking healthy. Very good flash by Brian Moser to get out of that.
Yeah, Arcane Animals really pressing their advantage, poaching the bot side jungle and taking all the resources for themselves and away from Arcane Animals. You see Brian Moser force him to the top lane, but Cheeto is there. Strike getting a charm on the character again. Well, Spirit Rush is able to pick up another kill and actually an assist. So less Magi stacks, but it's already very out of control. You see Brian Moser just farming his wolves. Hasn't been spotted out.
That charm to catch Kennen. That's got to feel bad. But yeah, you mentioned that Arcane Animals is choking him out. Brian Moser just dies.
Yeah, he's surrounded by Arcane Animals there as they took his bot side jungle, they went mid, they got a kill, they moved to the top side jungle, they were just kind of looking around for some stuff, and they found Brian Moser there and said another free kill, another assist for the Ahri. And now we have Couch trying to clear the wave. He's doing a good job trying to keep this wave out of turret, and so the Yoshi King flash over the wall, rock grab on the Couch. He gets very low, drops the equalizer onto Yoshi. He's going to take the turret shot, and Yoshi King's actually going to go down. So 1-for-1. Nicely played from Couch, getting that kill back at least. And Blitzcrank did have a shutdown, so that's some extra gold in the pocket.
Yeah, very solid play. Very solid play from the top lane. Just pretty much played as well as he could have. He got dove by 3 people. In fact, Rumble is looking like the healthiest.
Ramos just got spotted out, tries to snowball away, but Kai'Sa does so much damage. 2 items already at this time. Infinity Edge and the Yuntal Wild Airs attacks very quickly. Has a huge amount of AD, just a couple crits, and Brian Moser is deleted, and it's really hard. It's really hard to play for the side of Suspect Jungle. So you gotta wonder can Big Rumble really change the course of this game?
Yeah, I'm not sure if he can. If he can try to keep them in for a little bit, there is a chance. But Arcane Animals is way far ahead right now. More than 14k gold already.
Strike getting another beautiful Spirit Rush and Charm gets character really low with a couple of abilities, and again, so much damage there. Now he's looking for a Rock Grab to land onto Jin's Opera, and Strike to go and pick up a double kill. Yumi's going to try to escape through a Nunu, but Kai'Sa's going to connect with her Prey Seeker, and is able to follow up that triple kill. Goes over to
and there's another pick by Yoshi King.
And Yoshi King with a beautiful ward right there in the enemy base. They're moving their vision line up, and they're able to fight with clear knowledge inside Arcane or Suspect Chungus's jungle, and now they control that, and they're able to push in. They're grabbing those tier 2 turrets, getting a bunch of gold for those into the base. Strike flash over the wall character getting a very nice ult, and falling up with Moonlight Vigil at 1 HP. Yoshi King's running out as well. It's wow. That could have been the massive shutdown for the side of Suspect Chungus, but they just don't have the damage. It was the slicing Maelstrom was almost good enough to pick that off with the Fierce's Moonlight Vigil, but there's just not enough gold there. There's just not enough damage coming out. Brian Moser looking for the 2v1 Couch, but Cheeto's more than happy to take that. Couch is dropping the equalizer and does a lot of damage. Flame Spirit's coming out. He's going to overheat soon, but Cheeto's going through another rotation of his abilities, and with Best dashing around all over the place. Couch is overheated, and Public Execution comes down from Cheeto. Repudiate blast all that turret damage, flashes away from the turret range as well, and is able to step back. Now Cheeto's in the base there, kind of near a Hex Gate maybe. It's going to be a little awkward. The Hex Drinker procs there, and goes back in for another rotation of Jin's Opera. Tries to take the Hex Gate out, but damage does cancel taking the Hex Gate, and it's going to be killed.
So much action happening all over the place. Alphonse is just going to just solo Brian Moser. There's another turret going down in the mid lane.
And Kai'Sa might take this too if she's got her ultimate up. Yoshi King's looking to help with the dive, activates the silence, and takes a couple turn shots for Ibonet to come in and clean up. Suspect Chungus cannot hold these. They're too weak. Flash forward from Yoshi King with a power fist and the rock grab. Couch is gonna flash away.
So much has been happening. I've been waiting for 2 minutes so far to say that Strike has had a 25 stack Magi's at 15 minutes.
Yeah.
The blue inhibitor goes down at 17:11. This is looking like just a cleanup for Arcane Animals already. They are marching in. They're going to take another inhibitor. Well, another inhib turret, then the inhibitor. There's nothing.
Top turret. Yeah. It's just you're seeing Arcane Animals. They're looking for the end. They're looking to get it done quickly and efficiently, and they're clearing out every lane. Suspect Chungus feels too weak to even fight for this. They're gonna have. Are they looking for a miracle ult combo here? Can they resist this? Equalizer comes out, clears the bot wave. Mid lane's coming in as well. Couch has ulted forward, landing on the Ibonet's game. Very low heal activated though, and just not quite enough damage even with those two big ultis. And now Arcane Animals are gonna clean out Spirit Rush from Strike, going into Charm, landing on Jin Dropper right on the base there. And it's just one lone Yuumi versus the world. Can he even leave his fountain? Is the question. Strike's still zoning it off. First Nexus turret comes down. Second Nexus turret is going down also on Graves. Does tons of damage to those Nexus. They're looking for that last kill. Arcane Animals. Maybe Rocket Red comes out. Power Fist. But the Nexus goes down first. And a really clean game for Arcane Animals. And hopefully we'll see a. We'll see a Suspect Chungus, see if they can pull it together in the later Swiss rounds.
That is 20. It's an 18-minute game with. Hold on, let me double check the kills here. 33 kills on one side to 3. So we talk a lot about in Progenitor the circuit that we get at least a kill a minute. Rarely do we see that we get more than a kill a minute on one side. And that was a very well played by Arcane Animals.
Yep. There's just a really dominant game. You saw all lanes win across the map and in their own way. And they were able to come together and just finish out the game cleanly. Basically, no kills given over. There were maybe 1 or 2 instances where shutdown was given over.
I had just been told I have made a mistake. It was actually Suspect Chungus that won. I had swapped the names.
You had to swap the names? Oh, no. I'm so sorry, guys.
Oh, no.
Good job. Congratulations to Suspect Chungus for the win.
To Suspect Chungus for this one. Hold on. Let me double check my. What kind of circus am I running? Suspect Chungus has Asan, Yoshi King. No? Arcane Animals has Jin's Opera, Open Lennon, Couch. Okay, yeah, I did have them mixed up this entire time. That has to be an apology from me, personally. So that is Suspect Chungus taking a very solid win for that. I thought I double-checked that. That was a mistake. In any case, still very solid play, very good win from Suspect Chungus.
Yep.
Oh goodness, I don't know how to follow up with that.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see their play. I should have been. I should have been on there. I'm excited to see them play more. That is a championship strategies from the get-go. Like we were mentioning it in Champ Select as early as that, the strength we were seeing and how they were following through on that. But even then, I do want to say that Rumble in the top lane was it was Couch, I believe, in the top lane. I can double check here.
Yeah, I thought Couch did a good job trying to hold it down, and did make some decent plays. Got a nice solo kill, and I thought that there were some strong points that maybe could have changed the course of the game, and if it is a little bit more even across the map.
In any case, very, very good win from Suspect Chungus. They're going to go in with the first win into round 2. We are going to be waiting for the rest of our Swiss rounds to finish up. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
further improve how fast you punch people through the roof. Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes mine. As a matter of fact, the best bet one has is to quickly react to the first attack that's safe for the bullets. She'll never pull back, just resist.
Welcome back to the Progenitor League Circuit, everybody. I'm Top Ramen Jeff, and now I'm joined by Billy Harold.
Hello, everyone. It is good to be back. I know some of y'all missed me last month, especially with my dog down here. More people missed him than missed me, but that's beside the point.
Yeah. Well, you know, I was glad to have your dog back, Billy Harold. And what'd you think of the first game?
Oh, seeing fast games like that, when it's you on the losing side, you're just like, how did we get put up against this? Like, when you get that in a normal game, it's just like, it happens. You get that kind of thing in a normal game where you've got every single lane against you is winning, or you've got like one winning lane and it's hardly able to do anything. It's just being pushed in the whole time, or everything else is being pushed in the whole time when you've got one winning lane that's trying to hopefully carry the game. And games like that are sometimes entertaining to see because it's like trying to look away from a train wreck. You just can't.
Yeah, I think I can also appreciate the depth of the game itself and the what skill gap really represents. And when you talk about a team gap like that, where it looks like it just looks like the team just played a lot better. It's like there's a lot of things you can do that are just so much better that you can really overwhelm your opponents, and that's always something to be proud of, and really something to aspire to.
Yeah, and to be able to just outplay somebody of that level, that much. Like I weeks ago with that team, or against that team, and they were able to just wipe the floor with us, and we couldn't really do anything much about it. Like, we had 2 or 3 of us that were starting to learn, and then by the 3rd game we're just like, no, we're done. We're just gonna play troll picks. We're gonna just have fun with this. And that was our best game out of the 3. Yeah, as soon as we stopped trying, that's when we actually started to find success, at least somewhat of success in there. And so, do with that what you will. I remember last month we were talking about, or not us two, but T-Van and I were talking about how sometimes those pocket picks and the troll picks, so to speak, end up being more effective, but only if you've got like 1 or 2 of them. Otherwise, you've got a set meta, and it's the meta for a reason.
Yeah, they say the strongest swordman doesn't fear the second strongest swordman. He fears the man who's never picked up a blade before.
Yes, exactly.
You can always always confuse people, and with that, although not necessarily a good long-term strategy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we are coming up into the game. I believe we're going to see No Heckin' Way versus Frankfurter Wurschians. And
I'm not even going to try to pronounce that.
I don't really speak any German. I've got Danke and Bitte, and that's about it.
Frankfurter Wurschians.
Yeah. Yep. And we'll see how they stack up. And haven't seen either of these teams in the Progenitor circuit, so really excited to see what they bring to the table.
I think we've seen a few of the players from Frankfurter Wurschians, but I'm not sure how many of them. I'd have to take a look at their roster here. Let's see if I can do that here. Let's see. Zerg, Frank, First Lord, Raj, Jackie. Now, I haven't seen any of these players before, so it'll be certainly interesting to see how well they play in this, and to see what they come up with and how they fight. With No Heckin' Way, let me take a look at them, see if there's anything on their roster. if it will let me view the roster. There we go. All right. And so we've got a few of theirs. Quite the range of ranking here between both teams. We're seeing anywhere from masters to bronze, and that's truly what makes the PLC what it is we have this such large range of players. You know, we don't have an elo cap whether on the high end or the low end, so you could get somebody in challenger in here and they might wipe the floor one game and then get their floor wiped the next.
Yeah, and by the way, both these teams did win their first Swiss round, so they're both one win right now, and this will determine which team gets 2-0 in the Swiss and which team goes to 1-1. So a good way for them to really establish a really good shot at landing in the Final Four if they win this game.
Yeah, establish that pattern of dominance. But you know, even if you have that pattern, we saw last month somebody who won finals or semifinals, and
Yeah.
it was to a team that had only won 2 of their games and barely made it in. See that, you know, somebody who won 2 out of their 3 Swiss games upset the 3-0, and you know, we love to see those upsets. Look well.
Through our service, so we're just seeing the picks come out as they are. Mundo in the jungle for the side of No Heckin' Way, and Nocturne on the side of
All
Frankfurt
right.
Orcs.
And what do you think about these bands here with, you know, Viego and Fiddlesticks and Way and Poppy? You know,
On the side of blue team, they definitely seemed a little concerned about the really beefy front line with the Vladimir pick as well, really high HP, and we're seeing something like Nocturne, who's really prefers to dive something with a little bit less HP, as it really needs someone to connect to. And the other thing you want to see is Nocturne, a little bit of synergy. Typically, you know, like typical pairs like Oriana with the Nocturne, but we're gonna see Syndra here as well. Pretty high damage champion, but again, more on the bursty side of things, and not as much on the DPS side of things. It should be a little other way around. We've flipped the team names again. I just
all right. And, you know, looks like Nocturne's not going to be able to do much against that top mid lane and jungle. He's really only going to be able to focus if he's... Although you can build Nocturne properly, you know, as a Nocturne player myself, you can build him properly to be able to fight those tanks, but you have Bruiser, and he starts to be able to fight those higher end tanky targets like Mundo and Set and Vladimir. But you know, you've got to make sure that you have somebody who can do a lot of the high end damage. You know, you've got Syndra in there who can do a lot of the damage. You've got Ash's damage isn't just suddenly you take 500 damage in a hit. It's, oh, you took 400, or you took 100 here, 100 here, 100 here, and then so that, you know, it's interesting to see how the damage comes out here. And so there's a lot of fighting potential from...
You've got a lot of that tankiness, a lot of the burst damage from Lucian, a lot of the crowd control from Nami. Just being able to see how these team fights are going to play out, while No Heckin' Way has a little bit more of the control with Milio and Renekton, Syndra and Ashe. You've got a lot of people on the side of Frankfurt Worshins who have anti-crowd control capabilities. You've got Mundo with his passive. You've got Vladimir who can just blood mist and get out of there for free. Like if Nocturne decides to use his fear on, and he just blood mists and runs away. There's nothing he could really do about it. And so it's knowing when to use these crowd control abilities that they have is going to be what makes or breaks this game for them.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if something like Ash Ultimate's really key ability in Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but if you hit Mundo with it, it just nothing happens.
It's not going to do anything.
It feels real. It's going to feel real bad if you try to hit Vladimir. He can Sanguine Pull and just then
Yeah.
And you really thing is like that, Renekton and Nocturne, they like to dive these squishy champions, but is it really going to work for them if they just jump on the Lucian, try to drop with Lucian and one shot him? And even if they succeed, is that good enough for the side No Heckin' Way? I am a little concerned about sort of that damage output that they're going to bring. Ash is not typically considered a hyper carry or a DPS threat. She provides a lot of utility. She can kite really well, but it's going to be a slow grind of these team fights on the side No Heckin' Way to really edge out Frankfurt Aversions. On the other hand, if Set throws Renekton into your backline, then your slow team fight strategy is not going to work very well.
So but it's a very predictable team fight strategy. If your Nocturne is going to be focused on those squishy targets, you know who he's going for. You know how to peel against it, and because he's only got really 2 targets if he's going to be an assassin, and if he's only got 2 targets, you know where he's diving, you know when he's diving. You get once he turns the lights off, you know exactly who he's diving on. It's either going to be Nami or it's going to be Lucian, because he's not going to dive Mundo. Mundo's just going to kill him. And it's not going to be Vladimir. Vladimir's just going to out tank him. He gets, a quarter of his hit points back, and suddenly Nocturne's whole kit is gone. And Set likes to take damage, so you deal damage to Set, he just turns around and haymakers right onto Nocturne, and Nocturne's dead now. So who is Nocturne going to want to dive? The simple solution is he's got Lucian, he's got Nami. Anyone else is a very poor decision unless he is extremely far ahead.
Yep. Well, we'll see how No Heckin' Way pilots their team. I'd like definitely be exciting to see if they're able to slow down a fight and really just take down these takes one at a time and keep Lucian and Nami from doing too much on the backline as we get into the game here. We're seeing a nice 5-point opening from both sides as they try to avoid any cheese. Looks like Rahanbe took a little bit of damage there. Actually might have been throwing infected cleavers as the Mundo abilities do cost HP.
Yes, and with tossing out those, he's got enough regen that it doesn't really matter too much. Even at level 1, his hit point regen is actually quite large. He regenerates maximum maximum hit points.
Reach just found Rahanbe with checking the bush, going for the late invade, and now all of a sudden No Heckin' Way is collapsing. Rahanbe having to ghost away there, and he's maybe looking to start his red buff anyways, as it'd be a pretty huge tempo loss otherwise. Blue ward inside the jungle on the side of Frankfurt Aversions, and that's going to spot him out as he tries to finish red buff. He's getting really low. If you see them at the HUD in the top right there.
It might be difficult for him to keep that tempo up if he's not able to get the camps. We can see that he's trying to pull Krugs, he's trying to get the red buff at the same time, but with how low hit points he is, it might be something very difficult to do. We can see his hit points rubber banding there. He's got a couple trades there in the bot lane, but he is almost able to secure the red buff. And
oh my gosh, executes a red buff. This is a terrible start for the jungle, but top lane Frank GBG with a haymaker doing not quite enough damage. Recovery getting leveling up there with a Call the Meek and just getting enough damage off. We saw really aggressive brawl from both these top laners. Both top laners really like that level 1 early lane dominance. It looks like a No Heckin' Way Mercury Breeze going to get ahead there, and it's going to be we'll see if he's able to destroy that top lane with that lead.
You see that a lot where you've got a half-second difference between when they hit level 2 and when you know where that is, you know where that's going to be. You can start the fight if you know you've got that advantage. It's a little bit of a knowledge check. Am I going to reach level 2 before you, or are you going to reach level 2 before me? If you do, I'm going to want to disengage a little bit, wait till my level 2, and then I can engage on you. But if I'm going to reach level 2 first, I have that advantage. I'm going to get those 50 hit points, 100 hit points that I gain, and it's going to mean life or death between me and you.
Pengu hitting a couple of tags on the Zerg there with the Hunter's Focus, and Pengu's a little bit low in the bot lane here. A lot of damage on him. First Lord Tafar just hit level 3. Relative forward, flashes forward with the piercing light, but heal comes over Kyoki and is very healthy. And now Zerg's looking for the Aqua Prison, lands it as First Lord Tavar is running away there. The Ultra Mega Fire Kick lands on the Zerg there for a little bit of extra damage.
And those auto attacks from support still do damage. It's interesting to see when somebody just underestimates how much damage a support can output with just auto attacks. Like, I've played in games as a support where somebody just absolutely underestimated it, and they ended up paying the price as they
Rahambe just found the gank on the mid lane there, landing the effective clear. GOG is running away to turret range, and looks like they're going to disengage from that one. But Rahambe just found Reap. After playing topside jungle, the fear comes out, and Reap is going to pick up a kill, and very nice counter gank inside No Hacking Way.
Yeah, that fear isn't very useful against Mundo when he's got his passive up, but if you've got enough damage to be able to and enough movement speed to be able to just stay in line with him as Nocturne, that fear's not even going to matter.
Yeah. Mercury B slicing and dice on the Frank GBG there. He's got up that longsword, and they see that health differential there in the top lane as he's just coming out ahead of all of these trades.
Yeah, we got Renekton burning a lot of those potions from Frank.
Stun. Uses the stun under turret and tanks the turret shot with
Mundo is starting to get his tempo back, but he is a whole level behind, and he's match level disadvantage and the gold disadvantage.
Pengu look first Lord before getting into liberal aquifers and just landing the Pengu. He's looking for P on both the AD carries here. First Lord before actually looks for no relentless proceeding because from another cycle getting very low. Kyoki gets hit by the Aqua Prison. Pengu looking forward. Reap is here, but First Lord before the Lucian range is too short, and that's going to be a kill over to Kyoki. And that's going to be a very nice play from the side of No Hacking Way.
Yeah, the crowd control for Milio is doing its job. If he is Milio's job isn't to, with this game to really be an enchanter so much as to be just a crowd control support. He's looking to keep people away from Ashe and let her do the job. Let Nocturne come in, finish off where Ashe isn't able to. We're starting to see that they're looking to get Nocturne as that carry this game, and funneling gold into that jungle, into that top lane, strong siding that side, and just trying to keep those two lanes behind as Renekton and Nocturne can both turn into hyper carry bruisers in the late game.
Yeah, we just watched a little bit of supportal combat. Kyoki is able to successfully hold the wave against Zerg back there, and that puts Pengu in a very nice spot to pick up a nice wave. Really nice play from Kyoki as well there. Just a very subtle thing with the wave management that's puts Pengu even farther ahead.
So, interesting thing here with the Syndra versus Vladimir matchups. Syndra has a lot more range than Vladimir does. And just being able to get that advantage on the looks like we
top
got
lane
some
pound
nice
Mercury B, but Mexican's level 6. He's going to activate Dominus and Cold to make Frank GBG, adding a little bit of damage. But Mercury B is still pretty healthy, and their effective clears land's going to put him kind of low, but I reckon can be very dangerous in this minion wave here with the extra heal, and Reap is also there at the top lane, level 5 though. Rahambe's at level 6, so even Zerg is just got caught out by Pengu in the bot lane as well, getting around Protovar, looking for the kill, but heal's going to come out, and it's going to be too much for the Lucian damage, and that's going to be double kill to the bot lane.
We also had a kill from Renekton onto Set in the top lane while we were focused down there in the bot lane. So Renekton being able to capitalize on Mundo going missing. Another thing is it's surprising how quickly Mundo was able to make up that tempo disadvantage that he had and get 2 levels where Nocturne was still only level 5. Mundo went from 4 to 6 while Nocturne was still at 5.
Yep, and Rahabe is here looking for another gank. Goes in the mid lane on top of Geo, and he's going to land Cleaver here. He's got to eat the sun. Reap just activated Paranoia, and Frankfurt Versions are going to say time to disengage for Frank GGB, also getting engaged on with Mercury at the same time. Mercury sort of bluffing a little bit of that Paranoia to get some damage.
That's one of my favorite things to do, is activate the Paranoia and do nothing. Because it truly does make them paranoid that something is going to happen. Like, what's going to happen? Who's getting ganked? It's an instant disengage tool across the globe. Like, global disengage from everyone. And, you know, in my honest opinion, that's why it has such a high crowd control score attached to it, is because it's able to disengage everyone no matter where they are. If your location isn't known, nobody is safe.
Yeah, very nice from Reap there to use the Paranoia to both secure Void Grubs and and disengaging mid lane. You see a little bit of brawl inside of bot lane as Geo just picked up a nice stun and an ultimate onto Lava Slide. Lava Slide is doing a pretty good job holding the wave, but and CSing, but ends up taking a kill there, or giving a kill there.
Yeah, we're starting to see a very large gold advantage on the side of No Heckin' Way here, and yeah, we've got 1K to 2K gold leads for individual champions, and that is going to be making a huge difference. Syndra looking to carry this.
Mercury just flashed on top of Frank GGB with a stun gold to make really classic Renekton combo, and unfortunately Frank was just too low, not enough defensive power, and Mercury's going to pick up a kill, and Rahambe's going to find him as well, and it's going to try to fight with the, but there's tons of damage coming out of Renekton. The Heart Zapper does keep Rahambe pretty healthy. He's going to activate his ultimate as well, and that's actually enough to get a huge shutdown, 690 gold.
Yeah, the ultimate activation from Renekton on that, I don't think was quite the move, but if he had known that Mundo was coming, he wouldn't have probably used his ultimate to take out Set there. Just take out Set, save the ultimate for Mundo, because the percent max hit point damage from Renekton's ultimate is mostly what was doing damage to Mundo in that early part of the fight. But as soon as it went away, he didn't have that damage anymore and had to disengage. But as we know, Mundo goes where he pleases. He's going to engage on you whether you want to or not, and he's going to start to try and pick you off. And that was actually the first kill on Frankfurter Wurshen's side, and so it's good to see that they're at least getting something here. Trying to contest the dragon here though, and it'll be interesting to see if they're able to do anything about these objectives in the jungle.
Yep, Reap picking up both the early objectives there, 3 Void Grubs, first Dragon, so getting close to those feats of warfare, and there's a lot of turret damage also coming down on the side of No Heckin' Way, as there's see Mercury just picked up 3rd plate there, and there's plates coming down for Geo in the mid lane as well. They're building that gold lead.
Yeah, so we've got Feat of Warfare on the side of No Heckin' Way, as they had the first 3 kills. We're getting the Feat of Monster Slaying here. Looks like we have those 3 objectives, is it only 2 objectives right now? I
Should
see
be Grubs and Dragons, so 2
Grubs
right
and
now.
Dragons. So that's 2 out of 3 objectives there for No Heckin' Way. They either get a tower or they get 1 more objective, and they've got their Noxian Blessing. So
Rahambe going for the ganks in mid lane. Geo just activated Scatter the Weak, so does he have? He does, and Rahambe is going to absorb the stun, but Reap's here to gank. Lava Slide's looking to go back in. Runs forward with Ghost, activates the ultimate. Sanguine pulling a turret. Geo's dying to the Vladimir ultimate, and now Reap and Lava Slide. Lava Slide still got the Ghost boot speed for a little bit here, and he's got the empowered Q, and now he's going to run up into Mercury B here. A little bit weird spot here in the enemy topside jungle. Pings are going down rapidly, and the Skylar is going to find out we'll have a slide, and if you have Reap and Kyoki looking to collapse on him, where's he going to go? Into the top lane and looking maybe for an execute, and it looks like No Heckenway is going to give it to him. So he's going to pick up a couple caster creeps and execute to top inhibitor.
And for him, that was well worth it. He got shut down gold onto Syndra. He was able to reduce that gold lead just a little bit to hopefully give him an advantage. But being down 1,000 gold and just being able to get that play right there is impressive in itself. Using I've never seen a Vladimir move so fast in my life. He ghosted and then rocket belted, and then he was just in there.
Yeah, big fight in the bot lane here. Tidal Wave just blown up on the Pengu to try to slow down. Zerg is getting hit with those Ash slows. Flash forward from Pengu. The first Light Devours also running away on cooldown. And Pengu's now on a killing spree in the bot lane with 1.3k gold up.
That is going to be very difficult to counter. An Ashe that is able to do a bunch of that damage. We can see that Kraken Slayer already doing work, as it is one of the strongest items on Ashe. Vital first item, because it just gives you so much damage potential on her. And the Lucian, building that crit, it's getting him somewhere, but he needs to be able to do something with it. Otherwise, he needs to play into that crowd control with Nami. Otherwise, he's not going to be able to find the
Rahambe's
damage.
in the bot lane with the Heartsteel, trying to beat up Pengu. Pengu's kiting as best as he can. Rahambe's ghosting, and he's kind of by himself here as Reap activates Paranoia, and Mercury teleported down, which split up Frankfurt versions, and Heckenway's getting a huge cleanup here. Slice and dice forward from a Mercury to pick up Zerg's Bull. That's 3 kills on the for the side of No Heckenway, and they did claim Feats of Warfare with the turret. Mercury's looking for even a little bit more, but maybe not going to get it.
So that's an interesting point in which you pull your top laner out when you know you can secure the turret somewhere else. That way you don't lose that feat. They pulled him out, they took that turret, and then they sent bot lane up to go match that top laner, as Set's not going to be able to do much against the range that they have.
Yeah, and you see Frank GPG here getting kited down by Pengu. Pengu's doing enough damage here. Frank GPG's just far enough behind. He's got tabbies, but it's not enough to deal with that Enchanter AD carry duo, and Mercury's pressuring a Lobslide in the bot lane as well for that turret. But Lobslide's looking for a little bit more. He's going to Hex Tech Rocket Bell forward and activate the Hemoplague as well. He's running forward with the powered Q, but he's not able to get the reach. Mercury has sliced and diced away, and now he's got an interesting position here as he's trying to run him down. But is Mercury fast? Mercury backsteps here as avoids the Tides of Blood and activates Dominus. Sanguine Pool comes out to dodge possibly the stun, and now the rest of Frankfurt versions are here. Culling comes out, and shutdown goes to First Lord Devar.
That is a significant shutdown, but it only reduces the gold deficit to 3,000. And so, while they're busy distracted down there, Renekton's making a scene to get them off of those objectives so they can just take another objective, take the grubs, so they have even more pushing power here. Or take Herald so they have the pushing power that they need to just shove another lane in.
Yeah, we're seeing No Heckenway up almost 10k gold here, and the Rift Herald's coming down to hit those tier 2 turrets. And it's going to be very hard for Russians to deal with this gold gap. They're maybe positioned to think about taking this Earth Dragon. Rahambe is looking for the position, but Frank GPG's farming top lane, got a little bit of space here. Objective bounties came out of the turrets there, so they're looking for a little bit of that. 150 gold to each of the members of Frankfurter Russians for that objective bounty claimed.
So, we can see here that the least gold deficit on the team is Mundo, who, despite his rough start...
Enchanted Crusader just hit Zerg, and Reap's going to clean up Zerg. So we're talking about the Enchanted Crusader. It hit a squishy target, and Reap's able to help clean that up, and No Heckenway just claims Earth Dragon as well. Easy fight for them.
You've got to have your team in position if you're going to be threatening the Drakes like that. If your team's not in position, there's not much you're going to be able to do against that. Nami being caught out like that is actually surprising, considering that she's a backline support.
Now we see Dominus activating the top lane. Mercury. He's going to look for the 1v2. Set's going to use the showstopper to throw him in a turret, and the First Lord Devar is here as well. Another pick for the side of Frankfurter Russians. Even trade for the tier 2 mid turret on the Pengu. So big gold, still getting a lot of gold for No Heckin' Way there, even though they did give away that shutdown.
Yeah, well, it's a matter of who you're pulling where. Renekton is pulling several champions at a time to be able to allow his team to just push a lane. And he can pull somebody into top lane enough to where they can take a tower mid lane, or they can take a tower bot lane, or even take another one top lane. It's that pulling power that Renekton has here as a bruiser that is certainly making this game interesting for the side of Frankfurt Warriors. They're having to send more people to counter him and losing that potential elsewhere. And so they're going to need to start to think a little bit smartly about this on who they're pulling where, and is it enough? Or
I'm just landing
is
an
it too
effective
much?
cleave on the Geo. Is going to actually take the Enchanted Crusader. It gets stunned, activating the ulti. Pengu's going in there. He's got Kraken Slayer. He's got 2 items. It's doing tons of damage. They're flashing away from all the members of Frankfurt Warriors are responding. First Lord Devar is next on target. Reap is now here with Paranoid. Zerg is alone, and a very nice turn from No Heckin' Way. Rahambe looked a little too deep there for that kill on the Geo.
And we can see here that Ashe had no fear of the Lucian ult. She knew that he wasn't doing nearly enough damage to be able to threaten her just with a barrier and the damage reduction that Milio gives. It just, the peel there, that Ashe had no concerns. She could face tank the whole Lucian ult and not have to worry about it at all. But Lucian, blind into the bush, he didn't know where he was targeting anymore. So it's a matter of, where's the vision? Who's the strong person here? Where are we getting that gold, and who is it that we need to focus?
Yeah, and you're seeing all the laners, all the carries on the side of No Heckin' Way. They're up almost 3k gold here, full items on their lane opponents, and that's becoming a very big problem for the side of
Yes,
Frankfurt Warriors.
we actually saw 4k on Ashe for just a brief moment, and that amount of gold is a whole that's an item and a half advantage, and that amount is able to carry an entire team. Honestly, with an item and a half advantage, you could potentially carry a team 1v9, and just the fact that they've got 3 others that have such a gold lead. We have a whole item advantage on Syndra and a whole item on Renekton that, Renekton's able to pull multiple people everywhere he goes. Ashe is able to pretty much just melt Mundo without him even being able to do anything, so Mundo can't go where he pleases anymore.
Yep. And now we're seeing Thornbound Onotcon taken on the side of No Heckin' Way, and so they're gaining the spiritual purification buff, and that's going to help them in those team fights when they get killed. That creates a massive slow field on the dead target, and that helps you chain those kills together as well when you're in a strong position like this.
Yes, and so that's going to heavily discourage team fights to where you don't want to go in with your whole team against them. Otherwise, they have enough crowd control to be able to pull you all into one location and eliminate all of you all at the same time, or one at a time, but you can't do anything because you can't disengage, you can't get out of there, you can't really fight it very much because you don't have the gold lead or advantages that you need to be able to do that.
Right now, the teams, there's no objectives on the map currently, besides maybe looking at those tier 2 turrets. So we're seeing No Heckin' Way just return back, keeping their lead ahead with some farming, maybe looking for some vision in the topside jungle. They're not finding anyone right now. Dragon is spawning shortly though, and we see No Heckin' Way grouping up on that objective to try to pressure for that soul.
Yeah, it's these objective pressures. That the Mountain Drake particularly with this is going to be very useful. We can see that teleport from Syndra to keep the top lane from going down, and just these objectives really making the difference in this game. You know, the Void Grubs being able to help push those towers. You know, we have the dragons that are making the team tankier and less, or rather more difficult to be able to take down. And just the amount of lane pressure that each person individually on the team of No Heckin' Way is able to bring, it's starting to cause a problem, or it's not just starting to cause a problem. It's been a problem for Frankfurt Wurschen that they've been having to address all game. The only one who really isn't falling behind drastically still on gold is Mundo, because he has those jungle objectives. He doesn't have to fight, or not rather objectives, but he has the jungle farm he doesn't have to fight Nocturne nearly as much for. And so it's, and here we've got Mercury B just pulling a little bit of a bait out onto Vladimir, just trying to see what he can do.
Chanting for Cyril just hit Frank GPG there, and Pengu and Gio are there to follow up on that, and Gio's going to pick up an easy kill in the top lane. Frank GPG having a real tough time this game, and that's going to be tier 2 turret there. Reap just got found out by the side of Frankfurt Wurschen, but he's going to be able to flash out. Rahambe is now in there by himself as the rest of the team retreats to defend their inhib turrets, and No Heckin' Way is looking for a little bit more. They're pushing the top lane, they're pushing the mid lane, and looks like they're about to start come knocking on their base.
It's really interesting to see when Nocturne ults and people scatter. Normally it's the other way around. Nocturne ults and people all huddle together, and they're like, okay, where is he? And so you need to be able to react properly to that Nocturne ult. Possibly if they had come together when he ulted, probably if Set were alive at the time, they could have come together and used Set to their advantage to be able to take out Nocturne as he dove in before the rest of the team arrived.
Yep, and looks like No Heckin' Way is looking for a reset here. Baron just spawned for the first time. The Baron buff will help them crack open the base. Top and hips taken as well. So No Heckin' Way maybe looking to get that end before they even get Mountain Soul.
Yeah, looks like we do have No Heckin' Way doing a quick reset so they can fight and contest for that Baron that Frankfurt Wurschen is certainly wanting to keep them from getting, because if No Heckin' Way gets that Baron buff, there's going to be no stopping them. They're going to take a turret, they're going to take another, they're likely mid lane with how low that turret is, take that turret, take that inhibitor, take those 2 Nexus turrets, and take the Nexus for the win there. As we have that jungle and that vision being cleared, keeping Frankfurt Wurschen on that defensive as they are able to just take Baron uncontested and push forward for the win.
Yeah, and there's no contest on this Baron here, so No Heckin' Way is going to be able to take the Baron buff. Mercury B's fighting Frank GB in bot lane. Frankfurt Wurschen are maybe looking for this pick onto onto Mercury B again. He's going to still pick up a kill onto Frank, and it's technically a 1-for-1, but he loses the Baron buff. Now Frankfurt Wurschen are going to have to respond to that mid lane push from side of No Heckin' Way.
And as I said earlier in the game, if you're committing too many resources to that Renekton, you're taking those resources away from other lanes. We can see that mid lane inhibitor and Nexus, and turret, not the Nexus turrets yet, but we saw the that inhibitor and inhibitor turret go down.
Just took Paranoia out of the Zerg there. One-shot him. He's so far ahead that now Pengu's looking to kite in. First Lord Tavares drops the culling, but just doesn't do enough damage at this point. He's behind too much gold, and seeing No Heckin' Way taking down the first Nexus turret. Lava Slide trying to deal with all these supers that are coming in the top lane, Sandman Pulls, but they don't take any damage. The Baron buff's there. First Lord Tavares looking for anything, not able to do any damage to Pengu there, and now Frankie just came a respawn, and he's already low HP. Lava Slide is getting hit by that massive range of the Ash with the Millia buff, and that's going to be a very clean game from the side of No Heckin' Way.
At 27 minutes and 13 seconds, that's almost 10 minutes longer than our previous games. That's certainly a lot more of a fight, a lot more entertaining, and a lot more of what we like to see here in the PLC. There were a lot of kills per minute that game. Production, how many kills per minute did we have that game? I wasn't entirely paying attention to that portion at the time, unfortunately. But congrats to No Heckin' Way. And it is a pleasure to be able to see just how we play with such it was interesting to see how much of a fight Frankfurt Aversions was able to put up, being so far behind on gold almost all game.
Yeah, I think we saw some picks come out from Frankfurt Aversions. Maybe not always the best macro decision, but we did see that No Heckin' Way, in a closer game, those picks would be a lot more pivotal if they came out of lane phase a little bit more even. But No Heckin' Way is going to end up with 2-0, and Frankfurt Aversions are going to be 1-1 in the Swiss stage for round 2. And we'll see you back here for round 3 at the Progenitor League circuit. Thank you for watching. All right, welcome back to the Progenitor League circuit. I'm Top Round Chef, and here with Billy Harold and his dog for round 3.
He's in the corner there.
Yeah, and so,
Barely visible on camera, but
all right,
he's
maybe,
there.
maybe it'll come to life at some point. Move around a little bit. But we're here to our next game up will be Sheepless Knights versus Platinum Punks. Both these teams are currently 1-1 in the bracket, so winning the next round is a good puts them in a very good position to reach the final 4.
It'll be interesting to see what we do here with this, and to see who comes out on top here. I've seen players from both of these teams play. In fact, I was actually on the same team as a lot of these people in Sheepless Knights previously, and so them having won one of their games, I congratulate them for sure. Same with Platinum Punks. Congratulations on your win so far. Let's take it to see who can win this game.
Yeah, and we're getting in a draft here, as this no draft till this time, so we'll be seeing the bans and picks organically. First ban is Garen.
All right, and so with Garen and Talon being the first bans, we're seeing that sometimes with the Progenitor League circuit here we have particularly sniped bans, and other times we have very strategic bans. Like our team is really weak against this champion or these sets of champions, and we want to make sure they're out of here.
Yep. LeBlanc and Cho'Gath banned out as well. Cho'Gath, Speed Racer Cho'Gath may not be as popular anymore. There's a couple little changes to the symbiotic souls and the like, but I like seeing the champion. And finally, Silas and Nocturne banned out as well. So we're seeing some mid lane bans on the side of Platinum Punks and jungle oriented bans from Sheepless Knights.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that I've seen 2 Silas bans so far. I wasn't here for the first part of the first game, but Silas has been getting banned a lot. Interesting to see that Nocturne got banned here with this one, especially given the last game with Nocturne being so pivotal in that game. We've got, looks like Aphelios, and we had Yuumi being hovered, but Aphelios getting picked. And then here we've got Varus on the side of Sheepless Knights.
Bot lane handshake here. Looks like Platinum Punks really prioritize the Aphelios pick, and it's interesting. I think Aphelios is pretty standard as an AD carry goes, even with all those little complex mechanics. And Sheepless Knights are going ahead and say we can pick following this. That's Varus Karma. You could flex Karma theoretically as well.
Yes.
If that.
And you also has range like Varus, somebody who has the ability to poke them back down. Interesting, we've got Mel being hovered here and being able to see and into those, especially with her reflection and her passives. She's able to very quickly burst somebody down.
Yeah, and you can sort of see why maybe the Silas Band comes out. Or the Silas Band actually maybe helps Sheepless Knights a little bit. As, now he can't hijack abilities can't have some hijack abilities like Varus Ultimate. And we'll see whether Mel's a mid lane or support pick here. We do see Zac picked up on the side of Platinum Punks, so nice big tanky engage type. He can easy to reach someone like Varus, who doesn't really have a lot of ways to move out of the elastic slingshot. And Xerath on the side of Sheepless Knights.
Yes, we've got Xerath here on Sheepless Knights. A great counter pick for Mel, as he's got a lot more of the sustained poke. Yeah, he wants to be careful and bait out that shield with the right abilities, but once that shield is down, he can start bombarding her with whatever he wants for a whole 30 seconds, and there's not much she's going to be able to do about that other than, dodge scale shots.
Yep, second round bans here. Senna banned on the side of Sheepless Knights, so maybe they're looking at thinking about banning out that support, and don't want to see that. Lilia banned on the side of Platinum Punks, so now they're looking to pinch the jungle.
Yes, so these second round bans, you're looking to focus on what hasn't been picked yet. Is this is this Zac going to be a jungler or is he going to be a top lane? We want to make sure that the support isn't being, getting, essentially making sure that, if Mel's in mid lane, that she's good, that you've got somebody there. But if she's support, you're taking out that, or if she's mid lane, you take out their support options. If she's support, you're fine. So
Yeah. Then we have Shinzou's banned out the side of Sheepless Knights, which seems to suggest that maybe they're concerned about Zac being flexed, and Platinum Punks are banning out Malphite, which means so they got one jungle ban, one top lane ban. Let's see. We do see Sheepless Knights hiding their top lane pick for the counter pick here, and picking Sejuani as the we have the tank jungle matchup. It looks like.
And Sejuani could be also viable in that top lane if she's up against somebody like Zac. But seeing Yasuo here, he's probably either a mid lane or a top lane, so it could go either way. There's no telling where Platinum Punks are going to play with this team comp, as a lot of their people can flex positions. But seeing Nasus in there, that solidifies that Nasus is that top laner. We have Yasuo likely in the mid lane, and then we have Zac, who's going to be in that heavy tank jungle. Sejuani likely doing that counter pick into that jungle, being a tank herself. Tank jungle seems to be a lot more of the meta lately. What's your opinion on that?
So far, it's kind of interesting to pick Sejuani here as your jungler. You have a really nice poke comp, and then you have Sejuani who really wants to jump people and get engaged like that. So like if you're the
Jungler here on side Sheepless Knights, I feel like you really have to not pull the trigger most of the time and let your team do it, and just say, I'm just here maybe just to press Q on Zac. Love that champion. She's gonna probably give Nasus a very bad time, and I think it'll be fun to watch that big team fight ulti as well.
One of the most infuriating things to see. Gwen is immune.
Yeah. Plus, they've got that great Zac Yasuo combo. That's kind of what they're looking at. And you're seeing some pretty immobile characters in the backline. There's Xerath, Varus, Karma. It's like, can they just combo that back? Mel has good reach. If she's to follow it up, can follow it pretty far away. Aphelios as well with Moonlight Vigil. If he's is a nice team fight ulti as well. Although the Infernum, you can envision a pretty big combo from side Platinum Punks. But Sheepless Knights does have ways to disrupt that. Gwen can be immune to follow up. Sejuani can stop that as big team fights.
Yeah. And the synergy between Zac and Yasuo with those ultimates there, and just being able, just the gank potential that we putting a lot of pressure on the whole map, especially with how mobile he is. I often see Zac, and he's able to synergize well with a lot of his team as well here. We see that Sejuani's able to play a lot of that peel, kind of keep that distance between that Nasus and the Yasuo and Zac. And then all they have to worry about is they've got a lot more of the range. And so just being able to eliminate these threats, as long as you don't have like a huge gold disparity, then you're going to be able to eliminate those threats and be able to keep your team to get ahead.
Yeah, and we do see some strong laners on the side of Sheepless Knights with something like Varus Karma, where you get poked out. That maybe Mel can fight that. I haven't seen a lot of Mel support, so I'm really interested to see how she manages to fight back and help Aphelios get out of that lane, even or ahead. Same thing with the mid lane. It's like, is Xerath poke going to be too much for Rook, or is Rook going to be able to finesse that lane, create that lead? And top lanes were definitely concerned. Does Gwen get ahead onto Nasus in that early game? Is it too much to handle? Those are some questions. We'll see. I'd be really excited to see an even game and really see how these teams play as five, which we haven't quite yet seen in the Swiss stages. And as I said that, we're about to get into game here.
And so it'll be interesting also to see how well this Xerath and Yasuo mid lane is going to happen. You've got the wind wall from Yasuo, but you've got the it looks like from the chat here we've got some one-sided matchups. Yasuo into Xerath, very very one-sided, and then Gwen into Nasus. Yasuo typically wins that matchup, and Gwen typically wins that matchup, but it could go either way. This is the PLC. We can see just about anything happen. We saw a Nocturne taking down a Mundo earlier, just last game.
Yep, and here we are on the map as we see some pings going out on the top side jungle from the side of from blue side, and we're seeing, instead of a 5-point opening, as we've seen a little bit typically, we're seeing the teams group up together, and a little bit of an invade strategy here. 5 coming down into the bot side jungle as blue team goes up to the top side. That's a Platinum Punks getting a ward onto the red of the enemy red, and same side we have the Sheepless Knights camping their red buff as well.
You've got to know where they start, and looks like the invade has been revealed by Mel, but able to disengage that and get them out of that jungle. But knowing where the enemy team's jungler is starting is pivotal for your jungler's tempo. So, if Sejuani starts red, they'll see that Sejuani starts red. If Sejuani starts blue, they'll know that she's at blue because she's not at red. And so just being able to see where the jungler starts, we can see that Sheepless Knights doesn't quite have that advantage against Platinum Punks with the vision, as they went into the jungle and didn't place very many wards except towards that bot lane side.
It's arguable. Maybe you can just assume Zach's starting top since you checked his red buff at that timing, but it's definitely not as raw information as Platinum Punks has, and we're seeing a little bit of poke going on. Bretonus hitting another Mantra Q there. We see Yoshi throwing out the Melkis as well, and you're seeing that trade back and forth. Pyro Maverick just hit level 2 in the top lane. Isn't quite going to get anything big there. Rook as well, level 2, finally looking for that sweeping blade into Death Sniper. Then those level 2 spikes are not causing any too massive trades. Oh, Pyro Mavericks on top of 50 Ryguy there. Nah, just a little bit of trade, but it's got Crash Wave.
And Nasus playing smart here, knowing that Gwen had that level advantage, being able to disengage before she hit that level 2, so they weren't fighting when that happened.
Yeah, Rook and Death Sniper Simper getting a little bit low in the mid lane there. It's maybe a little dangerous for Xerath. Now we see him sweeping blade into the turret. Yasuo classic, to be honest, taking a turret shot there. But now we have Grumpy fighting Sneaky Throw in the topside jungle. Flash away from Grumpy. Now Death Sniper is here, but so is Pyro Maverick. Ignite comes down onto Rook. He gets stunned by Xerath, just barely getting away. Now sweeping blade through the minions and is able to get away. His path is up. But if you see in the topside jungle there, Sneaky Throw is fighting Grumpy. Found him out, and now the Zac splits into his passive. Pyro Maverick's coming up to help clean this up, and a little sniff, and Grumpy's not going to quite get that elastic screenshot off.
I didn't know that you could castrate a slime, but I guess you can.
Oof.
Yeah. But the play there, just being able to make sure that Platinum Punks doesn't get ahead here with that jungler, and being able to keep that Gwen ahead of Nasus here. You can't take Gwen away from that lane for too long, otherwise Nasus is going to stack up, and he's going to get big, and he's going to become a raid boss.
Yeah, you actually see Nasus, while that was happening, went up 7 CS, so
Yes.
he might feel pretty good in lane, even with the Gwen kill going up 1. We do see on the side of bot lane here, Ancient Crafter a little bit low, but Brendan is out of mana, and so is Varus.
we don't have any real item advantages yet, other than from Yasuo. We have that little bit of item advantage from when he was essentially forced to go back.
Seekers just missed Arctic Soul and Rook there, not getting played. He's going to face check right into Grumpy, starting Elastic Slingshot strikes lands as well, and with the extra aftershock charm, now Seek Turtle's in a very dangerous choice, and stun comes out from Death Sniper, but doesn't hit Rook, and that's and he's able to finish off that kill. Can't stun both of the enemies, unfortunately.
And the
Bredna's walking up
mobility
here.
of Yasuo is what makes it.
All of Platinum Bunks are here, and he's going to get ignited. Yoshiji's going to get an auto in there and ignite, but it's not quite enough damage. But the passive is in the execute range. Yoshiji's able to flash forward, claim the Feat of Warfare with that very nice play there. And now we see Cheapest Knights has good control of the bot side. They're going to opt not to take the Cloud Drake.
Well, that's Platinum Punks that has the control of the bot side right now.
Yeah.
But that execute from Mel, you've got to watch out for it. A single auto attack. As I was saying last game, the auto attacks from the supports. Even though Mel's not an enchanter support, being a mage support, she does do a lot of damage with her autos. And she stacks that Q, she stacks that passive, she gets an auto out, and suddenly you've got a quarter of your hit points gone.
Yep, Fire Maverick hit 6 there on the top lane. Nothing too crazy happened there, and you see they shoot the Karma Mel interaction there with the reflecting the Mantra Q from Redness, and she's able to reflect that damage back onto Karma and negate it.
One of the most difficult things about playing Mel is knowing when to use that reflection shield.
Looks like the siphoning strikes from 50 Rygar are getting a decent amount of damage, and Fire Maverick's looking fight. Got withered there. Snip's gonna go through the wave, and now 50 Rygar is ghosting on the Fire Maverick here. He's looking for more damage. With Neilwork slowing him down, Ghost goes forward, another siphoning strike will get the kill here. Can he get it? Yes, that's a big +6 for Nasus there in the top lane.
And those stacks are going to make a huge difference in the late game. Right now he's already doing a little bit of damage with it, but we're going to start to see that just snowball if he's not kept in check. If we don't leash this dog, he is going to carry.
Yep, gold lead is disappeared and gone to the side of Rygai. Rook just lands a very nice tornado onto Death Sniper, and is going to land the ultimate. He's going to give a shutdown over to Death Sniper. It's actually up gold for Death Sniper there, although it does lose the mid wave.
Yeah, so while he lost a little bit of CS, it was probably worth it for him, because that's less than 100 gold of CS, and the shutdown gave him more than 100 gold for that. But he still has a little bit of that gold deficit to make up. So for Yasuo, it was probably also worth it.
There's flash forward with the Chain of Corruption onto Aphelios, getting the damage off. Grumpy is there, misses the Elastic Slingshot, is not able to let's bounce hits as well. Yoshichi's gonna fight back. Bredness is able executes the Mel passive, but now the Xerath ulti comes out. Yoshichi blocks the last one through a rebuttal, and Grumpy's able to get a nice little finesse Elastic Slingshot out of the way. She's dodging the Piercing Arrow, and Platinum Punks are retreating to their turret. Sneaky Turtle sort of flashes forward, misses the Arctic Assault on the Yoshiji, but Bear's able to pick up the kill. Knight goes out there onto wow, and dying to minions. sorry, just watching Varus tank those minions is like, oh no, he's about to eat it. Missed the Piercing Arrow.
I saw
Grumpy lives. Wow.
5 hit points, 2 hit points, 0, and you can't underestimate minions. You cannot underestimate them. And Zach knew he was safe because he still had his passive up.
Yeah, minions
save
got
it
a
if
hand.
you can, but if you've got it, you've got it.
Yeah, very nice bait from Grumpy, and now we're seeing Bredness try to hold the wave here. Aphelios, Crafter's trying to push that in, and Bredness taking a lot of damage to try to slow down the wave, but Varus is able to come back here and pick up that CS.
We can see here with Mel also using some of the thresh mechanics, where you're facing one direction and then you throw your ability in a different direction than you're facing, kind of juking them out, thinking that, oh, I'm going to be throwing this way, so they move that way and you just throw it where they're moving.
we see both soul laners trading a lot. Sneaky Trails with a gank. Glacial Person lands onto Aphelios. He flashes away, 1 HP. Now Sneaky Trails looking for the kill on the Yoshiji. Lands the Permafrost, doesn't follow it up though, and that's 1 kill on the side of Sheepless Knights.
And we're starting to see that this game is a lot more even than our last 2 games. You know, we don't have much of a gold lead on either side. We have some champions that have a little bit of a gold lead, but not a full item lead like we've seen in the past couple games.
Yeah. Seeing some trades from Rook there. Again, the Sweeping Blade slightly into turret range there. That's pretty hard on Yasuo to get that range right when you Sweeping Blade through people. And I think it seems like Death Sniper's really standing in the right position to get those turret shots in there. Flash forward from Rook here. Grumpy is also the last 2 shot forward, but they don't get enough damage. The Stretching Strike misses, and Grumpy is now very low HP. Rook's also in the mid lane, Brez trying to root up Grumpy. The Xerath ultimates are missing. The Arcane Barrage goes wide on all 4. Sneaky Turtle is now here to try to help with this as Grumpy goes for the Raptors. Sneaky Blade through Sneaky Turtle. Now Rook lands the tornado. The Sneaky Turtle puts him very low. Mel ultimate comes out. Now he just needs 1 auto, but it doesn't go through the shield, so the Mel doesn't come out. Grumpy's now in between 2 turrets, flashes away from the Res Brute, and now he does have his passive up. Now, will Death Sniper be able to pick this up with a barrage? Arcana Pulse doesn't do quite enough damage. Yoshiji's able to reach with the Mel Q, and that's 2 kills on the side of Platinum Punks, just barely getting away. Sort of a highway robbery there. And by the way, Pyro Maverick just died solo top lane as well, so that's 4 dead on the side of Sheepless Knights.
Yeah, using your passive as a bait and knowing that your teammates are right behind, as Zach, just to be able to pull the enemies in, bait the Karma, bait the Xerath in there, and then take them out when they get too close, because you've got that advantage with Mel. We see here that Aphelios is playing more of the support than Mel is. Mel's taking that carry away in the bot lane here.
Yeah, Aphelios is even on the AD carry side as Mel's able to roam around, get some place on the map. Still, even with 2 deaths, even on the CS, keeping things in order at least, and not too far behind. So that's really nice. Yoshiji taking a little bit of poke from Brennis and Varus there. Even with the rebuttal a little much. Brooks here though, and he's going to sweep on Brennis, blocks the chain of disruption with the wind wall, and now Varus is running away and flashes over the wall to try to get away. Brennis is trying to root Rook, but Rook lands a beautiful tornado, and he's going to use last breath to get the execute. Now we see a fight top lane. Pyro Maverick's level 9 to level 10, and there's a gank in the mid lane. Sneaky Turtle's fighting Grumpy there, and he's going to eat up a bunch of stun. Arcane Barrage comes out, lets bounce as well, and Rook's back from his mid lane roam, and he's on top of Death Sniper with a double knock of the tornado. Sneaky Turtle's about to go next. Yoshiji's going to pick up a double kill there. And in the top lane, we see Pyro Maverick got very low HP from that trade, and Victor Rygar is looking for that kill. He's going to activate one more Siphoning Strike, but it's not enough. Now he's going to use his ultimate to try to get out turret range, but the Needlework keeps Pyro Maverick alive. He heals just enough off his passive to stay alive. Yoshiji just face-checked in the bot side jungle at the same time, but Grumpy is here with a beautiful Stretching Strike combo to hit both bot laners. Brennis 1 HP here. Yoshiji's getting very low. Varus trying to do some damage, piercing around to Grumpy. Grumpy's going to go down. Now Yoshiji's going to land an E, put a root. Sneaky Turtle just came off base off the last fight, flashes forward with the Windsor's Wrath, shut down 900 gold. That's I think what you call a PLC classic.
Yes, especially with how much you were talking there and how much I wasn't able to do anything because it was just constant plays over and over and over. We went from top lane, we went down into mid lane and over to bot lane, and we had no room to speak. So let's decompress that a little bit, if the team will let us. Yeah. But doesn't look like we're able to do a whole lot with Yasuo and Xerath here.
Rook's looking maybe for another turret dive there. Isn't going to find it, though, taking a little bit too much poke from the turret and Xerath.
Finally getting away, giving us some breathing room. But, with Nasus having... he has those stacks, he's got the damage, he's got the Trinity Force, but he needs to... It's getting that movement onto Gwen, getting that speed. As soon as she's able to disengage you while you're under tower, she has the advantage there. But with the Mel's damage, you can't underestimate that damage, as I was saying.
Dive coming out from Sheepless Knight TG Crafter using the Moonlight Vigil with Severum to try to get some healing, and it's not enough. He's going to go down, but Yoshiji and Grumpy are here to trade kill onto Varus there as well. Xerath died mid lane as well to Yasuo, to Rook there, so that happens well. Brennus is running away and actually able to sneak out of the end boss side jungle there. They just have no idea how he got out there, and it's going to be a 1-for-1 for bot lane.
And with that Mel damage, we can actually see that she's starting to stack up a Dark Seal. She's almost got her support item completed. She's got that Dark Seal stacking up.
Here's
looking
another
to get
beautiful
that
dive.
snowballing.
Oh my gosh. Grumpy following up last slingshot Rook and a knock up. Turret goes down. Very nice from Platinum Punks.
That is first tower, and that is Blessing of Noxus over to Platinum Punks here. We can see that they are starting to get ahead by a few thousand gold here.
Yeah.
Not across the board yet, but
Platinum Punks are now between two turrets here, and they've been taking a bunch of turrets. She just looks like picks up the kill to Brenda's. Brenda's picking up shutdown on the Rook there. Not the most ideal situation. Now Pyro Maverick fighting 50 right guys. One more siphoning strike's going to get the kill there, and looks like the dog is a little too strong for Gwen there, and that's going to cause a lot of trouble with those extra stacks. Grumpy is now just running from mid lane to bot lane after that silly little play, and is going to pick up another dive as Barrett's all alone under that tier 1 turret.
so we can see that Mel is starting to become a hyper carry here. Like, she just did 80% of Varus's hit points with just 2 abilities. It was just her E and her Q and an auto, and he had almost all of his hit points gone, and all Grumpy had to do was just come in to secure the kill, or help secure the kill.
And Brett is fighting Yoshuji again as just such a threat with a couple abilities, and the execute range is going to be really large with all that AB. It's going to be quite scary for the enemy team. We do see that if she's able to pick up that kill, just with that huge range, and now Platinum Punks is sieging this tier 2 turret.
And we can see that bounty starting to go up on this Mel, especially as she's stacking that Dark Seal. The bigger that gets, the bigger her bounty also gets.
Rook just got found out trying to steal wolves from Sheepless Knights. Will he be able to get off sneaky trails here as well? Looks like the Sniper's going to pick up the kill. Grumpy tries to follow up, but now they're just by himself for a little bit. The rest of the Platinum Punks are rotating through the jungle to see it. Sheepless Knights spots them out. Yoshiji is going to fall EQ, and it's going to get a beautiful double kill with the execute. Now sneaky trails by himself trying to run away. Turret comes to safety. 50 right guy goes a little deep, goes away. Now Pyro Mavericks here as well with the Neil work. Lands damage, bottle flex Neil work back to the Zac is in his passive, is going to get killed by Sneaky Turtle, and now 50 right guys ulting, not able to quite reach. Helios looking for some autos there, and Snip puts a little bit of HP, but Pyro Maverick doesn't have anything else, and he's going to get bound up and killed. So it's going to be I think it's a 2 for 3. Oh no, Sneaky Turtles goes back, came around the angle with Aftershock and the Heartsteel procs, and is going to pick up another huge shutdown now. This 50 right guy is trying to dodge Arcane Barrage. The Arcane Barrage goes mostly White Breadness here, just trying to do anything but the Siphoning Strike. Lifesteal is too high, and looks like Rook's back here. Breadness might be overstepping here, sweeping blade through the Winion waves, and Rook's going to pick up another kill. And is he going to land on the Varus? No. Okay, that's a lot of kills on both sides.
That is a PLC classic right there. Just, you've got kills on both sides all over the place, and so far, 18 minutes in, we've got 44 kills. That is more than 2 kills per minute, and it is just climbing. And so just and we can see that, but that shutdown gold on Mel, that part right there is what probably made the difference for Sejuani here, as she's starting to carry her team in terms of damage potential. Despite being a tank, she gets a lot of hit points, she gets a lot of damage from those hit points, and she's able to take out any squishier targets.
You just saw Rook get torn up by a Pyromancer there with the needle work. Turns out he's not quite able to take that duel, which is really interesting to see. He's really dominant in the mid lane, but lost kill there. Brenda's just blast planted right into two members of Platinum Punks, and one of them is Yoshiji, so it's a big burst combo there, and that's one from the side of Platinum Punks as well.
Yeah, and Yoshiji on Mel having those empowered sorcerer treads and the Ludens and the and just the items that she has, and yet another needlessly large rod. I'd say that rod is very needless in this situation. She doesn't need that to be able to do all the damage that she's doing already. But it is a very wantless or wantedly large rod. If I could,
Yeah, Sneaky Turtles finding the enemy team's Platinum Punks, and turns out to be a really nice bait. Arcane Barrage coming out, going a little bit wide there, but now there's 4 members of Sheepless Knights here to fight. It's a 3v4 as Rook teleports in. Pyro Never looking for the kill. Yoshiji is not quite going to get it. The ult comes out, and it's going to wreak havoc on the side of Sheepless Knights, and 2 double kills goes over to Yoshiji, and he's going to walk out alive with that one. So another highway robbery as Sheepless Knights not able to connect the kills there, and now they have to retreat to their inner turret.
yeah, we've got a 5,000 gold lead between Mel and Karma, and
Yeah.
that
Rook
that
lands
is,
a beautiful tornado there. Brenda lives from the last breath. Rook not able to get that last auto attack in there to finish off the kill.
we can see here that that 5,000 gold lead is making a difference here, and with Mel picking up a Medjai's and turning that snowballing lead even bigger, it's going to be a lot harder to take her out, and she's going to start to just delete people.
Yeah. While 50 Raga was farming that top turret for some stacks, Yoshiji and Grumpy just drove the Rook Trail to the bot lane. Now we see a split fight. Sheepless Knights look for the engage on top lane. Rook is going dangerously low, not able to deal with Pyromancer or Sneaky Turtle. Now 50 Raga got no ultimate, and they're gonna pick up double kills. So Platinum Punk's dropping their top side pressure. Yoshiji's sort of solo trying to pressure off the team. Varus is going to go down to the Mel pass. Glacial Prison goes wide onto the mid lane there, but Grumpy is very, very low. Permafrost just lands and lets bounce, tries to get away. Elastic swing shot over the wall. Now there's Yoshiji and Aphelios are in the bot lane. Arcane Barrage is missing Grumpy, and he's healing off the wolves, but Aphelios is going down here as well. And Platinum Punks are maybe looking to chase a little more, and the root landed from Yoshiji, and he's looking pretty safe at this point. Sheepless Knights are maybe looking for a little bit more fighting, as Sneaky Turtles trying to get in there, very tanky, is able to resist a lot of that Mel damage, and even with that massive gold lead.
Yes, and so you need to know where to focus. And earlier I was saying that Nasus was going to be able to carry the game if he gets stacks, and then I completely ignored the fact that Mel snowballing here is entirely carrying with damage on her team, letting Nasus be a raid boss.
Yeah, Rook landed the last breath there on the team. If she just trying to do a lot of damage, activates the ultimate, it destroys multiple members of Sheepless Knights, and is able to pick up a 3rd kill. Unfortunately, Team Platinum Punks are all back, and is a very fair 5v5, and they're quite ahead in that scenario.
Nasus just chasing them down. Nasus and Mel just chasing them down mid lane while the rest of their team secures Dragon, pushing them back into their base as Mel just entirely deletes.
Yeah,
Just
very hard damage
deletes
for
Varus with Nasus.
Yeah. And now they're looking for the end here. 50 Raga with those big Nasus stacks, able to do tons of turret damage. And now Nexus is wide open here. It's just Predatus, Pyromancer, and Sneaky are coming off the base there. A knock up from the side. Now they're looking desperately to try to kill the carries, but there's just not enough damage there. And that's going to be a very, very cleanly played game from side Platinum Punks.
Very clean game, and actually I'd say a very bloody game, despite being as clean as it was.
Yeah.
And yeah, as we see in chat here, those smooth transitions in the roaming, like that roaming Mel support ended up carrying that entire game and just being the damage carry on their team. You'd expect Aphelios to do it because that's Aphelios' job, but Aphelios was there kind of just as a damage support to support Mel until she was able to get those stacks. But as soon as Mel saw that she was getting those stacks, as soon as they saw that, oh, Mel is doing a lot of damage, let's focus all this gold onto her and get her as much as possible so she can be our carry this game. They're not going to, or they aren't building very much magic resist, because if they build into armor instead, if they build magic resist, then we've got 2-3 champions that do heavy attack damage, and if they build armor, Mel's just going to delete them.
Yep, and they tried to dive Mel on a couple occasions. It didn't really work out very well for them. There were a couple of instances there where you're like, wow, I can't believe these people walk away alive, and stuff like that. But overall, really congratulations to Platinum Punks for the victory, and we'll probably be seeing them in the Final Four, if I had to guess.
If I would have to guess, I think we will. And it's certainly good to see these two teams that we've seen plenty of their players, but not everyone on there. So it's fun to see just the different rivalries that get developed here. And sometimes we have one team take a month or two break, and then they come back under a different name, and then it's fun to see just the matchups that we get from that. And it's like, oh, I know this player mains this, so I'm going to ban it. And then, but you're remembering what they were maining like 2-3 months ago, and now they've found a new main, and you're sort of dead in the water with that.
Yep. Well, we'll see what happens. Thank you for watching the Swiss stage of Frontera League Circuit. We'll be back with the Final Four after all is said and done, and we'll see the final teams battle out for the first place. Okay, well, welcome back to the Progenitor League circuit. I'm Top Ramen Chef. I'm here with Billy Harold and his dog.
Yes, he is a little bit more active this time. He actually just sat down to take yet another nap. And looks like we are here right into our champion select. We've got Suspect Chungus versus Platinum Punks. And this is going to be a very entertaining game, as especially since we just saw Platinum Punks with their victory. It'll be interesting to see how they take on our this team, Suspect Chungus, being our number one team so far this tournament.
Yep, so Chungus undefeated 3-0 in Swiss, so we'll see if they can continue that undefeated streak from Planet Punks into the final four. Now we see first pick after bans is Aatrox to the side of Suspect Chungus, and the response is going to be Olaf. Those will be the top lane matchups. We did use draft softwares, so we didn't see that part, but we do see Olaf versus Aatrox in the top lane, and
Lilia versus Rek'Sai in the jungle.
Yeah, we can see some of these bans. We have that Mel ban. Quite deserved after what we saw last game. Make up for that.
Yeah, it looks like the first run of bans inside Suspect Chungus supports, and then you see even fourth ban Lulu. So it seems like they have sort of a single track mind as to what they're going to ban for this
Take
game.
out the support.
Wow.
Yeah, all the support bans right there.
Yeah, there's bans on those damage supports. That's like Brand's still open. Yeah, maybe that'll happen. Maybe not.
Still looking for what that support pick is. Who we get? Who do we get indeed? And did they forget their pick? We've got Kaisa here. All right. And Tarek. Interesting pick with that, but as you said, and so just a lot of damage is going to come out of that support. I can see it already.
But with Tarek and Kaisa, that's going to be a little bit interesting to see if they're able to get enough range to be able to dispatch this Jinx and Brand in the bot lane.
Yeah, we have some very aggressive picks on the Platinum Punks, the Olaf, the Rek'Sai, the talent people that really need to get in your face to do a lot of damage. And we'll see see how Suspect Chungus deals with that. You do have champions like Lilia or Ahri that can do have the ability, the speed to really try to space that.
Mm-hmm.
And then you also have the Tarek ulti to negate some of the big damage that might come out. Something like a really fed Brand, if that were to happen this game.
Yes.
It's probably maybe
and if it's going to be anything like last game, that support is going to get fed and they are going to carry. But if you can keep that from happening, you can keep the game in your playing field, especially since you've got a lot of that high mobility from Aatrox and Lilia and Ahri, and even Kaisa has high mobility, especially with her ult. If she's able to land some abilities on that back line and able to get into that back line past this heavy front line, she's going to be able to do a lot of damage to it. And being able to take out that back line is going to be key to victory this game. Especially with how heavy this front line is. It's a very heavy engaged front line, and if they're able to help peel for that back line, they could possibly secure a victory with that.
Yeah, and we're seeing both the mid lane and the AD carry on Suspect Chungus run back their picks in the first round. That's Ahri in the mid lane and Kaisa in the AD carry role. So some comfort picks perhaps from besides Suspect Chungus, and that they performed very well in the first time. So I'd like to see if that happens again.
Yeah, we'll see, especially since it was that first game that we had Suspect Chungus, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it'll be interesting to see just how well they're able to play those champions into this different team. So when you've got those teams, different teams have different players and different strategies that they play. So something might have worked with one team and it won't work with another, or you have, sometimes it might still work, just not quite as well. So it'll be certainly interesting to see what happens with these picks here and what they're able to do with the strategies in play, especially with the hypermobility, being able to get into that back line. They don't need to necessarily chew through the front line to get there, but being able to just see how different people's play styles also fit into this is going to be interesting. Last game we had Olaf, or 50 RY guy, 50 Rai guy, we had him on Nasus last game. Seems like he leans a lot. Is it YR? I'm seeing
50
RY. So either way, but we're seeing him playing a lot of those comfort picks with the heavy engaged top laners, and we're seeing that comfort pick with the mage support, potential carry mage support. And so it's what do we have with these players specifically with their comfort picks, because a champion might be good in one situation, but if the player isn't comfortable in that champion, it's not going to work quite as well.
Yep. And now we're opening up into the game here. We have Platinum Punks on the red side and Suspect Chungus on the blue side, and we're seeing again a big stack on the side of Suspect Chungus. That's last game also a stack. Now they're doing for the little bot lane invade, and we're seeing sort of an alternate invade from Platinum Punks as they just drop a ward on the blue buff, and they know that they're not Suspect Chungus is not on the blue side there.
So we've got our standard spread from the standard early game spread from Platinum Punks here, kind of the meta strategy right now with that. But Suspect Chungus looking to go for an off meta pick, hopefully on that bot lane if possible. But if it wasn't possible, which is what it looks like, they're going to have to switch back into that meta to play that.
Yep, and did see Yoshi King and Ibonet get a sneak up into the bot lane, but Yoshichi's got an idea that that's happening. Lands the first Pillar of Flame onto the bot lane, although doesn't have like an Arcane Comet or something to confirm that landed. So they're still cheating the bush just a little bit.
Even without Arcane Comet, Brand is still going to be a force to be reckoned with, especially with the just with the amount of crowd control and zoning that he has. A lot more zoning than Mel had last game with this champion, but how well they use it has yet to be seen.
Yeah, Purple Strike trading pretty heavily in the mid lane there. Rook going for the level 2, lands the rig as well, flashes forward, but doesn't get another auto attack off there, and doesn't use the ignite either. Isn't able to proc that to Talon passive, and Strike's going to be able to flash away and live. Nice attempt on the level 2 there from Rook.
And just being able to know your opponent, match your opponent. We're seeing a lot more of a level playing field this game than we have the previous games, and it's starting to show with these champions. They're beginning to learn their respect for each other in this early game. Essentially, this player isn't somebody that I was. This isn't the kind of player I was playing up against earlier. This is somebody that I actually need to watch out for if I don't want to get if I don't want to get far behind.
Yeah, Grump just found awesome, and at the red buff there is going to get hit by the seed, and is gonna just tunnel out there, looking for a little bit of invade. Just ends up wasting a lot of time and a little bit of HP there.
And narrowly dodging that the Kaisa Q just with that tunnel, just being able to have that hyper mobility as well. So we've got a lot of mobility from Talon. We've got a lot of mobility from Rek'Sai. There's a lot of
just flash forward onto Yoshiji with a stun there. Yoshiji's going to land a combo there as well, and it's going to start flash away and walk it out with some flash forward from Alasan and another stun. First blood goes to the side of Suspect Chungus.
And it's that looks like it was a very intentional pick onto that Brand as well. They want to keep that Brand from getting ahead, because if he does, it's going to be a repeat of last game where he just took the game away and there wasn't much that the enemy team could do.
Both side lanes now very low in HP. You saw Jinx take a trade under tower and is getting quite low, and 50 Rai guys not able to really get the wave in a good position, and is gonna opt the back here while low HP. Cheeto just has enough health to keep 50 Rai guy from doing anything good with it.
Looks like we've got Yoshiji on Brand trying to bait the minion wave away from Jinx, kind of freeze it as much as possible until she's got a wave to be able to farm that lane, especially in the early game, as the AD carry's damage isn't as large as it will be in the late game.
Yep, that's a reset for 50 Rai guy there. Nearly avoided getting ganked by Asan there as the lead did walk up, and now we do see like a little bit of stability coming back for the side of Platinum Punks in their lanes as they go for the resets.
Yeah, it looks like Looks like Yoshiji is going more towards the traditional support role to start this game, trying to funnel that gold onto Jinx, especially with that, with the items that she is building, and being able to get that crowd or get the creep score is going to be very important for her. So it's mostly going to be, try to get the Jinx ahead in gold, try to get these carries up.
Yoshiji to the bot lane, and Brand's very squishy, so it's going to be another kill for the side of Suspect Chungus. It seems just a little, the Terexons are just a little too strong in this matchup, and paired with the extra healing, and there's not a lot of damage coming out in the bot lane for the side of Platinum Punks.
And that just having banned all of those supports and not being able to, having a lot fewer options of what they can play, essentially playing Brand into that, it still has some potential, but they're starting to lose the momentum that they had from the previous game. Dragon going down to Suspect Chungus here.
Yeah.
And
50 Raga and Cheetah are trading pretty big. 50 Raga's going to flash away there after activating the ultimate. Cheetah still got his ultimate going, but in a second here, the cooldown will come up. 50 Raga activates his W. It's really nice. Tempest Shield there. Grumpy's here to try to clean up for Cheetah as he flashes forward with Neon Burrow and is going to pick up 1-for-1. But Feat of Warfare does go to the side of Suspect Chungus.
And that Feat of Warfare is going to be pivotal this game, especially if Suspect Chungus can get those other jungle objectives.
Another stun comes out from Yoshi King on Yoshiji, and Suspect Chungus collapses on that kill and is able to just one rotation kill the Brand. So that's really strong from the side of Suspect Chungus.
And especially since their strategy so far looks to be take out their carry from last game. Don't let Brand play this game. Because if Brand plays this game, he is going to win this game. So we need to keep him from playing as much as possible. And in doing so, it gets our carry fed.
Yeah, so far working pretty well. There's another Hex Slash from Yoshi King, stunning Yoshiji, getting him very low again. Bracer hits a Jinx instead though, and Yoshiji's 1 HP there outside the turret there. Ivanat's just hit level 6, so he's got access to the Killer Instinct as well. Now we see a gank top lane as well as 50 Rai guys running away, going back in for Asan. Asan's gonna have to flash away because 50 Rai guys is able to get really nice activate on the W, is able to survive that gank. Grumpy's here
Looks
as well.
like
Sees
Lilia might be in
Asan.
trouble here with this.
Asan's looking for the Void Grubs, but that's not the right move, as Rex is going to use the ultimate to get a very nice kill in the top lane. And now Cheeto and Victor Rega are fighting up there under the turret, and Grumpy's there maybe to respond. Cheeto activates the ultimate World Ender, and now we see Rook and Strike moving up to deal with this mid lane roam. Grumpy's by himself here. Rook is a little bit on the wrong position. Strike is able to pick up a kill with Spirit Rush, and now Rook has to run away from this 2v1.
And Rook not being able to utilize the walls quite as well as he would have hoped.
Rook finds
Otherwise he would
Cheeto,
have-
drops the combo, and will the Ignite and Bleed be enough? Cheeto's going to survive from that, and then he's going to dash away. Rook flashes forward. Nimbus Cloak gives him extra speed, and he's able to finish off with the Noxian Discipline.
And Talon's mobility, while sometimes it can be very advantageous to your team, other times, like we just saw, it can leave one of your champions vulnerable if used at the wrong time. He went in to support at the Void Grubs, but left Rek'Sai out in the open against 2 champions. He was able to clean it up, but they still lost a kill to that.
Yep, and we're seeing Awesome. Even though he died for Void Grubs, he's able to come back off the rotate after all that said and done and pick up Void Grubs. Yoshiji's here in the mid lane. Strike has no ultimate, and so it's going to be a big problem. He flashes away, dodges the Brand Seer, and is able to negate the gank. Very, very nice patience on the side of Strike, not committing the flash too early.
And we can see that Yoshiji here is starting to show his playstyle as that roaming support, those very early roams, and taking out the picks. Knowing that his bot laner is confident enough to solo that lane, or to keep the lane from falling solo, that he can go roam and take out picks in other places to hopefully get fed.
Yeah, we see a dragon fight around dragon coming out, and a fight around top lane. Yoshiji's here to do a little bit of damage. Yoshi King flash forward to Yoshiji with a stun, but the fall damage isn't quite in range. Ivana has to flash forward here as well. Misses most of the damage, but lands the Prey Seeker, and the Fast Prox able to get that kill. Now Platinum Punks are running away. Rook's actually, again, it's a very nice position, but gets hit by a Charm by Strike. Is not able to finish off the Talon combo, but the Super Mega Depth Rocket comes in from Crafter and is able to kill. Grumpy is sort of standing in a funny little position there, waiting to take the tunnel out, and is able to tunnel to safety. So a nice trade overall, a relatively even trade overall for both teams, but Cheeto is able to pick up a kill on 50 Raigai on top lane with a turret dive, so that's a big problem for the side of Platinum Punks.
1.5k gold lead from Aatrox here in the top lane with Cheeto. That is going to be a problem here in just a few minutes. He's going to be going back and finishing up his first item with that gold lead, and he's going to come back doing even more damage than before, being even harder to kill than before, especially with it being Spear of Shojin, and getting some more armor on top of that. Olaf's going to have a hard time dispatching that.
Yoshiji looking to clear some vision, but just going to find a suspect Chungus waiting in the bush, and another kill. That's five picks. Yoshi King's really leading the charge on killing Yoshiji. Sort of off cooldown here, and it's a pretty big problem for Platinum Punks.
Yes, and we can see that their carry is getting bullied this game, and it's going to be a very difficult matchup for them. We do see that Talon and Rek'Sai are getting a little bit of a gold lead, but not by much. So that could potentially turn this game around for them, but only if they're able to turn that gold lead into objectives. We have Lilia, who took
Take the
Dragon.
4-man top lane, and I think they whiff the abilities. Wave comes in here. Will they try to re-dive Cheeto? And the answer is yes. Grumpy starts tanking. Cheeto's dishing out lots of damage, and the Ignite goes out. Cheeto's 1 HP. Grumpy 1 HP as well. Gets killed by the Darkened Blade, but 50 Raigai are going to pick up a kill on Cheeto. So a really aggressive dive from side of Platinum Punks. They're making a play, but now on the flip side, Yoshi King is going for the dive onto Jinx. Jinx is trying to do some damage. Kaisa tanked a little early, maybe, but is able to pick up the kill, and so it's going to be some extra kills there. We just saw Strike also pick up a kill on Yoshiji in the top lane as well. Ram ran up there, roamed up there, and now Rook is doing damage to the mid turret. Well, and Suspect Jungus are winning the bot lane.
Now, it's interesting to see these Boots of Swiftness, empowered Boots of Swiftness, now that they have the Blessing of Noxus on Taric. So he can run in, get that stun, and just be able to essentially cheese those stuns every single time, as they've been doing on this brand.
Yeah, Rook trying to fight Cheeto, but she is really strong here. The Rake's not doing a lot of damage. Rook going for another combo, trying to dodge Dark and Blade Cheeto using World Ender to finish off the kill there. Now he's going for another rotation on Yoshiji, who's just by himself. Level 6 Brand, level 11 Aatrox isn't enough. Pillar of Flame comes out, but Cheeto's healing off the next rotation. He's dying to Brand Burn, but it's not enough damage. That's really nicely played from Cheeto. Yoshiji almost pulling that off, even with the massive gap in levels in gold.
Yeah, so we can see that this brand is going to essentially be looking to make all these plays as he's getting.
Just found 50 Raigai at the top lane. If 50 Raigai just ults away, and Strike's looking for a little bit more damage. By the way, Strike, the Lilting Lullaby comes out. Awesome just put 50 Raigai to sleep and is going to pick up that kill. 2 Magi stacks to Strike, by the way, who seems to have a particular affinity for this item and a strong confidence that he can just generate stacks by getting assists like that. Shutdown just went to Rook in the bot lane on Ibanat. Yoshi King also died, so it looks like we have some extending on the sides there and some different numbers advantage that led to some kills across the map.
Yes, so it will be interesting to see Yoshiji making these plays, as he's becoming worth less and less gold the more he dies, and that makes him less and less of a priority target. But as he becomes less of a gold priority target,
Now Strike as well. Strike has to flash away. He's just running around the map, terrorizing. He tries to use the Assassin's Leap to get across. Strike just spear rushes away. Rook using the Autocom ball to try to jump, and is able to get the Nox and blow. We saw Rake comes to kill over the session. Does not do enough damage, but the rest of Suspect Giants here for the revenge kill. Asan's lands the Blooming Blow, and with the burns able to pick up that kill. Like you said, keep going. And it's just death everywhere.
yes, it is one after another after another. We are almost 16 minutes in, and we have mid-20s on our kills, and it is more than a kill a minute, and it is typical PLC right here. And it'll be interesting to see who starts making the plays here as gold leads start going in different directions.
Yeah, and I forgot to mention, Feat of Warfare got claimed back when Suspect Jungus managed to grab the second Drake along with the Void Grubs. So the kills that Yoshi King looking for the Diamond 50 Raigai. He's going to activate the ulti. Yoshi King Taric does not do a lot versus that stun, and he's just going to die to turret there quite awkwardly. 50 Raigai just ghosting and running away and sort of ignoring the whole Taric stun dive combo. And now we see that with that, Platinum Punks are actually able to work on the bot turret as well, so they're able to get some gold from that and sort of even out the gold lead in this game.
Yeah, it looks like we do have Jinx starting to get ahead on gold just a little bit. Mostly still behind on CS, but getting that gold. Behind on kills, behind on CS, but having it's still a slight gold deficit. But it is making up that gold deficit, and especially with getting that tower, that's going to make a huge difference here.
Speaking of gold deficits, just want to point out that Yoshiji 07 up 100 gold on Taric, even with all that damage, as you're pointing out, dying 7 times, the gold value really goes down a lot. Just you give away a couple shutdowns, and think about Strike, who just gave away all his Magi stacks as well. So so the value on that got hurt massively as well. So a lot of things going not as well for Suspect Chungus, but they're able to pick up this dragon probably, unless Grumpy's looking for that steal. Yoshi King stunning Rook there. Chemtech Drake gets smited. There's no contest for Platinum Punks, and Strike looking for a kill on the mid lane maybe, and Platinum Punks maybe looking for a fight, but it's looking a little difficult for them, and Suspect can just leave.
Especially since the objective has already been taken, there's no reason for them to really stay there. They have higher priority in the lanes right now since there's no jungle objectives up. And so they need to get back to those lanes to keep them from being taken as we have Kai'Sa pushing that mid lane tower.
Yep, the Kai'Sa getting a lot of mid lane turret damage there, and Punk's just a little late to respond to that, but they're going to keep the turret alive for now.
Yeah, as I said, knowing when to disengage and knowing when to re-engage here is going to be pivotal this game, and we can see that both teams know when they need to disengage and where to re-engage. So it's going to be interesting to see if Platinum Punks are going to be able to make up this this difference here. We can see most of the gold right now is being funneled into that top laner, into Aatrox here.
Rook finding a really nice kill on the Strike, sort of camping the bot lane bush there. Just one clean combo is enough to kill Strike here, and that's a big problem if you're looking to stack your Magi's, if you can just die if you stand too close to a bush or something like that, and that's going to be a running problem for Suspect Chungus. Is can they deal with Talon one-shotting you?
Yes. So, despite, that one shot, you still have to keep track of where Aatrox is going. He's going to be wanting to split push all game, drag as many people up as possible, as we saw a couple games ago with the Renekton. And so that same kind of thing is going into play here. You get a top lane bruiser that gets fed. He starts to drag a lot of people wherever he goes, opening up the map for his teammates to be able to push towers or take a jungle objective. Those kinds of things are going to be a lot easier for them to take if their top laner is fed.
Yep. Now we see 50 Ragai managing to pull 2 members top lane as Platinum Punks look for some siege in the mid lane. Maybe getting a turret there and hopefully evening out the getting either a little more gold because they're almost even Grumpy's here as well, looking maybe for a dive. Rook's kind of coming up as well, so we'll see what happens with this turret siege.
Yeah, it looks like Platinum Punks is looking to take this mid lane turret, especially with Talon
one-shots
showing
you
up as well.
Very nice from Grumpy to knock up guys just long enough for Rook to just jump in there and get the kill. They really punished not having vision in the sides of your mid lane there, and Suspect Chungus is not ready for it, and that just puts a really farm Kai'Sa out of the game for the next couple of seconds, and gives Platinum Punks some time to look for more as they're fighting over near the top side turret as well. Rift Herald just got dropped to the mid lane though, and that's going to give Suspect Chungus a turret.
And if that Rift Herald isn't responded to, they're going to take that tier 2 mid lane turret with it as well.
Suspect Chungus looking to corner these people out. Grumpy goes down first. Yoshi King flashes over the wall. Strike flashes over the wall as well to try to continue this fight. Both the Platinum Punks getting very low here, even though Suspect Chungus used their flashes pretty aggressively, they're not able to quite space it out. Yoshiji's got caught back, but also got a little too close to 50 Ragai. Now Killer Instinct's coming out from Hibona. He just came off base with a vengeance, and he's going to flash forward to try to get the Terex off. He's going to miss, take some turret shots. 50 Ragai's going to flash forward to finish off that kill and punish that, but he's going to get stunned up by Tarek here, and Cheeto's here to respond. It's a very reckless, very wild fight from both teams, and it ends up being relatively even for both sides.
Yeah, it was a really good play, forcing the fight there with dropping Herald mid lane. Not only do they take 2 objectives, but they're forcing them to fight because they're going to have to get through you. You are between them and those objectives that you're taking, and so you're forcing them to fight to save those objectives, or they're going to lose them and potentially lose a couple champions to the fight as well, as we saw.
Yeah. Ping's going down onto the new dragon. That's going to be the 3rd dragon for Suspect Chungus and the first Chemtech dragon of the game. Otacon is also up on the other side of the map, so we'll see what they decide to do. Platinum Punks just use a lot of their key abilities. Does Suspect Chungus have their ultimate's up, they do. So it's going to be a little hard strike. Looking for a kill on the Yoshiji, and Cheetah's going to try to follow up with Royal Ender, but he's going to have to get through 50 right guy. Rook looking for the kill on Kaisa as well, and it looks like he's going to get it. Yoshi King is not able to stop this. There's a split fight here as Asan and Cheetah run through the back line with strike, and Grumpy's going to pick up a second kill on the Yoshi King, and it's going to be 3 for the side of 3 dead to the side of the suspect, 3 for suspect Chungus, 2 dead on the side, 2 for Platinum Punks. So a little bit unfavorable for them, and they're going to lose this dragon fight.
Yeah, as you know, Lilia is still full health. She could solo the dragon if she wanted to. It looks like she's going to. They no longer need that pressure here, the team fight pressure. Very good team fight from suspect Chungus there. Despite losing the AD carry, they kept the jungler alive to take that objective. And that's where their priority seems to have been. Just being able to have that jungler alive for that, getting those priority, as getting that Chemtech Drake is huge for them, especially with denying Platinum Punks that objective.
Yeah, and Strike walks away with 12 Magi stacks after that fight, picking up multiple assists there, and that's I can start to see what the item's doing here. Is just you get one good fight in, and suddenly you have a lot more APs for the next fight, more movement speed. It's quite effective here.
Mm-hmm. And we can see that Lilia is also starting to build a Medjai's with the Dark Seal there. And it looks like we've got another team fight coming here in the top lane.
Yeah, Platinum Punk's trying to collapse on the 3 members of Suspect Chungus, and it looks like it's going to work pretty well. Yoshi King drops the Starlight to keep Strike alive, and Strike is going to live. Rook's going to go down first. The Right Guy's now caught, and the rest of the Suspect Chungus are here to take this fight, and Platinum Punks are getting torn up there. 4 people now. Cheetah's running to Yoshiji's last one alive, and there's just not enough there, and a 5-0 sweep for Suspect Chungus, getting the ace and claiming the Otacon buff.
Yeah, that Aatrox is certainly a force to be reckoned with right now. He does a lot of damage. He's very hard to kill, especially with the Spear of Shojin and just the items he has. He's tanky, he heals, and he's 3.6k gold ahead. So a whole item ahead, and just being able to take 2 objectives there with Otacon and Baron, and let's see what they do with that Baron buff. Looks like we have Platinum Punks here beginning to respond with Rek'Sai.
Grumpy finds Alson in the jungle, and Alson's level 16 here to level 12 on the Rek'Sai, which is really quite a big difference, and he's able to just tank and fight through all this, and he's healing off the Riftmaker, the Andrew's Burn, the passive, and he's able to pick up a double kill, just tank straight through all of Platinum Punks, and that becomes a big problem as all 4 die again now with the Baron buff knocking on their base.
Yes, and it's those gold leads being turned into items that is making a huge difference here, especially with that Dark Seal and the potential behind it turning into a Medjai's here soon. But doesn't look like they're going to even need to build the Medjai's, as they're going for 1 Nexus turret and then a 2nd Nexus turret. Rek'Sai coming in to try and stop them, but just ends up seeing Gray instead. And they take the Nexus for the win.
Yeah, a very convincing end from the side of Suspect Jungles there. Just rolling a good team fight around the 2 major objectives, Otacon and Baron, which just spawned, and they converted that into a really fast win. So really nicely played from Suspect Jungles, and they'll put them into the finals.
And a very good strategy at the beginning of the game to just take picks over and over and over on that brand to keep them from getting ahead. And you could see that the previous game that player had carried their team, and so if you can keep that player from stacking
or from carrying that game, if you can keep them from playing, you can win that game. Looks here like here we have Strike in 20 minutes. And that's not the first time that they've done this. It looks that they have done this 300 and comfortable with this item. They are very confident that they are able to stack this item very quickly. And it is essentially a problem, so to speak, from their words. As they said, I have a slight problem.
Wow,
here."
that's a fun little token progress to see. I definitely noticed a pattern there that Strike just builds the item, and it's a very effective item in certain cases where it's like, well, it just gives me generates some AP every time I win a fight, and that makes me win more fights. So, and you can just roll that forward and be really strong. So, really impressive from Side Suspect Jungus overall. Really funny to see the Medjais come out again and to see how that performed in this game. A very close play game, Platinum Punks, but we'll see you in the finals.
And it looks like we already have who our finals will be. It will be Suspect Chungus versus No Heckin' Way. Stay tuned for that. It'll be a very entertaining game.
And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
Gripping with my cold hands, the shapes I used to take, hollow like a strong man, but it's easier to push away. 'Cause it could all end here with a strange daylight caught in our eyes, and my shadow is stretching out through all the things I left behind. It's in my blood, it's in my veins. Oh, it's in my blood, it's in my veins. Got my heel crushing the snake. There is nothing you can take. In my blood, it's in my veins. I'm still here. Maybe it's a far stretch that I won't come undone, but I will brave the cold edge to finish up what I've begun. 'Cause it could all end here with the strange daylight caught in our eyes, and my shadow stretching out. Is it all enough this time? I'm still here. All my reasons cut like knives, keep replaying in my mind. All the times I've had to fight, I'm still here. It's in my blood, it's in my veins. I'm still crushing the state. There is nothing you can take. In my blood, it's in my veins. I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm still
Welcome back, everybody, to the Progenitor League circuit. This will be the final round. We're heading into the finals with Suspect Chungus, the undefeated, versus No Heckin' Way, who will be looking to take the revenge on Suspect Chungus for a round in the Swiss stage.
Yes, and it'll be very interesting to see which team comes out on top. Since we didn't get to see that game then, we get to see it now, and we'll see who's the truly better team with this, as they know each other's strategies now. They know what's going to happen. So who's going to essentially take advantage of that knowledge and make use of it best here?
Yeah. Are we placing bets on whether we're seeing Ari or Geisa, or what do you think?
I'm thinking we're going to be seeing a little bit less of their normal champions, as those are going to be more or less either banned or picked away from them. But we might see a few more of the pocket picks. Like I mean, I'd be interested to see a Janna mid lane. that'd be fun, especially since we have we have some of these really, like, we have a lot of potential here in this game, but you know, those pocket picks might come in handy. And it looks like we have somebody saying that there'll be a zillion. Bidoof saying that we might have a zillion, and so let's see what we get here.
Yeah, and the other thing is that will Strike be building Magi's regardless of the champion we're looking at?
Yes.
We're just assuming that's happening.
Yes, we'll Strike be building Magi's whatever champion they have. You know, that 20-minute Magi's over and over and over again, and just the potential that these players have, and just being able to play with a team as well, and knowing how to, whether you're playing solo or playing with a team, your strategies are a little bit different. But when you've got a strategy that works well in both, and you're able to use it in both, that's great. Looks like we are here up on our champion select, with Suspect Chungus on blue side and No Heckin' Way on red side.
Yep, and looks like we'll see a Hui ban come out first. No Heckin' Hui, guys. No, but we have to believe that's a bit of research. Unless Hui is really strong right now, I have to admit, the most recent patch I wouldn't know.
Wei can be strong quite lately, especially if you get the right items and get the right situations for him. Looks like we've also got a Belveth and a Twitch ban on red side, and then we've got the Milio and Victor on the blue side getting banned.
Yeah, the Milio was played in the Swiss bracket. Zakio could do a really good job with the Milio Ashe combo, and
yes,
they really took over the game. They played in that, so that we will not be seeing that one again.
Yes. It was actually a rather strong combo, with Milio giving Ashe the range that she needed to combat them, as well as the tenacity, so to speak, from Milio's kit.
Yep. Sion first pick here. We see maybe a top lane handshake. Mercury B now on the set. We saw Mercury B smash a set player on Renekton. Now he has become the set. So we'll see what happens with that. Kha'Zix in the jungle versus Lilia jungle. Asan running back to Lilia jungle. It did seem quite strong in the last game. Really hard to kill. And we do see an Ari in the mid lane again. So you might see
once again the Ari in the mid lane, but this time up against a Syndra. So it'll be interesting to see what she's able to do here.
Yeah. So it'll be, we've got the mage, some more classic mages in the mid lane. So that's a very, very old matchup nowadays. So it'll be fun to see them duke it out there. And
you know, given that the teams were using a draft tool, we're not seeing them their picks in the order that they necessarily had picked them. We're seeing it in lane order right here, right now. But with that Poppy and Aatrox, you know, definitely getting rid of that Aatrox carry that we had seen last game, and Rel being able to eliminate a lot of that crowd control there, and Ornn. So a lot of these picks here, a lot of these bans, Pengu getting Jhin and Ivanat on Caitlyn. So it'll be interesting to see how they play these champions against each other, given the amount of range that they've got. And then a Seraphine and a Karma. So
Got the enchanters, enchanter face off in the bot lane, and both Jhin and Caitlyn are reasonably long range characters, so it's gonna be a very dangerous matchup for both teams. I think it's just if you get hit, it's gonna
hurt.
It's probably gonna hurt. So
and both of these enchanter supports are also doubled up as mages, because Seraphine does a surprising amount of damage as just a support, and Karma, most people have played against Karma enough to know that she does damage. That empowered Q does a lot of damage, and it kind of keeps you from getting away as well.
yeah. And really the scary thing here is we've been informed that the top lane pick was last there, so it's the set counter pick to the Sion top lane, and you can imagine why Sion gets more health, Set gets more damage to AoE damage. So if we're gonna see a big showstopper this game, it's Mercury B throwing Cheeto into a couple into suspect Chungus could just destroy the entire team fight outright. So that would be that'll be interesting to see, and we'll see if suspect Chungus are able to avoid giving that opportunity over to Set.
And also with how much health Lilia can get in the late game, if Set decides to pick her into that back line, it's still going to be devastating. Not quite as much as if he picks Sion into the back line, but it's still going to be devastating to that back line, especially since Ahri and Seraphine and Caitlyn are usually rather squishy and don't build a whole lot of health items.
Yep. It'll be interesting. Sion's a very, very late game scaling kind of champion. Sets really likes at level 1, so we'll see if she was able to handle that lane phase. Last time she had a pretty strong laner. Now he's gonna have to deal with a bit of a harder lane and see if he's able to come out of that even or ahead.
Yes, it'll definitely be interesting there. But having a tank, at least into a team of, so we've got a couple mages, an AD carry, an assassin, and Set, who is anti-tank. It's going to be interesting there, as Sion will be able to help against the other 4, not so much against Set, but if he's able to peel properly and essentially try and bait out the Set ult in the incorrect direction, it might be beneficial towards his team.
Also seeing Reap on different assassin this time than last game. Reap played Nocturne in the Swiss game we streamed, and now we have Kha'Zix instead. It'll be interesting to see how that goes. They're assassins. If they're Feast or Famine, they can take over games, and there's plenty of good targets if Reap can manage to connect some damage, and that could be a really scary follow up, or just a scary force in those team fights.
Yes, especially since he has more targets to pick from this time. He has more than just 2 targets. He's able to certainly take it away. Although last time we saw him up against that Mundo, just being able to do a lot of damage even as Nocturne against a Mundo.
Yep, and whereas we're getting into game here, it's either no heckin' way getting their revenge and claiming the win for the May Progenitor Circuit, or we have suspect Chungus coming away undefeated, going 5-0 in the Progenitor League Circuit for a astounding win. We'll see who comes out on top.
Yes, and so we see here in the early game, do we get the just the meta stacks on mid lane, or do you try to do another cheese here? What do we get, and how's it going? Looks like we don't have any vision from red side here, as he gets knocked up by the Sion and picked for first blood.
Oh my gosh, yeah, a really great cheese from Cheeto. Just the Scion's decimating sash, being able to charge it in the bush and not being completely unseen. They're able to get first blood over to Strike there. Unfortunately, Strike didn't start with a Dark Seal, so you can't get those stacks yet. Doran's Ring is more reasonable anyway, as you can imagine, but it's a free pair of boots.
Especially since they're also learning from the last matchup that they had and knowing what worked and what didn't and trying to apply that to this game, see who we can get fed here. And
Forgot to mention Geo's on Syndra again, also placing a ward in the bot side jungle. So both teams will have an idea of where the jungler is and what their route is. Mercury
Yes.
be also checking Cheeto into the Decimating's ass just from free damage from the Scion. The Scion's he is looking really good already with the way he's using those bushes. We can imagine how bad that's going to get later once the map opens up.
Well, and if you've looked at Scion mains in Masters and Challenger tiers, they use the bushes more than anything else. You know, your best friend as Scion is the bush. You don't necessarily need to clear the lanes as much as you do. You just need to get into the bush, she's the bush, and take out the champion there. But looks like Cheeto, having traded a little bit with Mercury B there, and sets autos do a lot of damage, and they stack up surprisingly quickly.
Yeah, Facebreaker came out for Mercury B. He's going to be able to flash on the Cheeto there and follow his flash, going to get a kill. Now Cheeto does have the Death Surge still remaining. He's going to activate, get one more auto, and oh wow, just not
Almost
quite enough. It's almost quite enough to get the kill there. Cheeto's really patiently held in the Death Surge to try to choose a return kill there, and he teleports back to lane already.
And you kill Scion and you're low hit points, but he's already back in lane and you have to go back, and the back gets stopped as well. That's just even more frustrating as Scion's going to start getting a gold lead, not from the kills, but from just the crowd, from the CS, especially since that's where a lot of Scion's tankiness comes from. A lot of his hit points are going to come from that CS, and with the Soul Furnace and the stacks.
Yep. And bot lane here on the side of Nohek and Bay is now pushed up. Kha'Zix is not quite finished farming, but they spot out Awesome, and he's going to start running in here. He's going to miss the W throughout the Swirling Seed and miss that as well. Kyoki, meanwhile, keeping the bot lane off of Pengu there and getting some nice poke instead. Now Kha'Zix Reaps is about to find Awesome in the mid lane. There's Kyoki's going to turn on to Yoshi King though as the mid lane fight's going on. Awesome's running down bot lane away from Geo and Reap, and no deaths there, but it looks like a bunch of fighting. Strike's actually here to fight Geo as well, try to prevent him from getting back in lane. And Swirling Seed's going to go wide again. Awesome's here, Reap is here as well, and it's a 2v2 in the jungle, and they're going to disengage. It's just a little bit of a scuffle for lane dominance. And Awesome walks away with the Rift Scuttle there.
Yeah, if you don't have any objectives that you're currently contesting, there's really no reason to fight. And both teams saw that, and so they disengaged and got away from that. We've got a Haymaker from Mercury B here onto Scion. Scion narrowly dodging the true damage and only taking a tiny bit of the physical damage from that, as he continues to focus his priority on the farm.
Yeah, Mercury Breed might not have Haymaker anymore. It might still be on cooldown. Activates the last second there, does some damage, but Awesome's going to have a nice gank. He's going to have some extra tempo on Reap there, and is able to pick up a kill in the top lane and make that about even as Scion's only 41 gold down and sets us to respawn and walk the lane.
And here we see the Dark Seals coming out as well from both Lilia and Ahri, as these two players start to focus on their signature items and see who can stack their Medjais fastest. It almost looks like a contest. If we can get in the chat, who do you think is going to stack Medjais faster, Lilia or Ahri?
Yep, that's going to be quite interesting. Gia's coming off reset as well, a little bit down in the mid lane there, just CS and a kill. So that's going to be That's going to be possibly a mounting issue in the mid lane as well.
Yes, especially with the gold leads starting to come out with that jungle and the mid lane.
Pango just landed a snare onto Ivona, but Strike is here, and Kyoki's going to take the bait and a charm, and unfortunately that means Feat of Warfare goes over to Suspect Chungus. They're getting the Feat of Warfare again, as they're playing a very good early game, playing some very nice early rotates.
And the hypermobility that you have from Ahri and Lilia is very, very useful for these items. They're able to stack them very quickly because they're able to roam to bot lane or to top lane, and they're able to do so without sacrificing any of their CS. They're able to do so without sacrificing a minion wave or anything like that, as they're able to get right back into lane before anything's able to crash.
Yep. Strike looks a little bit low in resources there in the mid lane as Geo's keeping up the harass. Mercury and Cheeto are trading pretty hard, but it looks like Geo's actually coming out ahead here with the added assist. He's able to stabilize this lane and come out a little ahead.
Yeah, if you're trading with Sion and he's getting minions, if he's killing minions, he's winning those trades. It doesn't matter if you have more hit points than him. If he's getting those stacks, he's winning those trades.
Yeah, Cheeto ulting to the top lane there after grabbing some honey fruit. He's very high HP, hits level 7 too. Mercury's quite low here, not quite able to do too much, but the Showstopper does a lot of damage. Haymaker adds on a couple hundred, but Cheeto's still alive and reasonably healthy, chugging some health pots. Mercury's now in a bad position trying to run away. Soul Furnace activated from Cheeto, and with one Decimate Expanse, is able to finish off Mercury. Cheeto picks up honey fruit, gets a kill.
It's more like a Decimating Slice at that point, since it was a quick activation of it.
Yeah.
And here we've got the bot lane crashing, but that might actually be good for Suspect Chungus' bot lane, as it pushes the No Heckin' Way bot lane out. And Lilia looking for those objectives, seeing that there is vision on those grubs, and so probably waiting for that vision to go down before they take that objective. But we have Reap here in prime position for that. He's got priority in those lanes to be able to take that objective. So let's see if he's able to take that, or if Lilia is going to contest it here. Looks like they are going to try to do that.
Yep. Feng and Kyoki are still relatively even in the bot lane. Just the one kill lead on Caitlyn sticking a little bit, but they're still reasonably willing to take some fights, and we do see Kyoki look for a little bit of damage there, but Ivona's able to resist that. But Reap just found Asan on the Void Grubs, and he's just gonna say, you know what, free Void Grubs, free kill, thank you very much, and that's gonna put Asan pretty far behind. Mercury's fighting the top lane there. They're continually punching each other. It just seems that there's not quite enough damage. Actually, the Soul Furnace, Cheeto flashes forward with that, and now is he going to be able to get a Decimating Slash? He is at the very end there, and really nice to play from Cheeto there. He's turning sort of a bad start into a really convincing lead.
Yes, and while Lilia was able to get one of the grubs, it keeps the objective from going over in terms of feats towards either team, and so they're able to keep that lead in terms of the jungle objectives that we see here as Set teleports in top lane. Cheeto's just going to walk back out of lane and head back home to grab an item.
Yep. A calmer game for the moment as Suspect Chungus picks up the Drake as well, so they're one progress on defeat there. Pengu just getting shot by Caitlyn there as he cancels his recall, and there's going to be a little bit of poke going on there in the bot lane, but nothing. They're both able to survive that. Cheeto is really bullying Mercury via the top lane now with completed Sunfire Cape, and it's probably going to get a lot worse from here.
Yeah, it's starting to look more like a pro game here, with it only being 7
Encore
kills.
just hit Kyoki. Yoshi King is a really nice engage. Strike is here as well from the roam again, and now Pengu's by himself under the turret. Asan's here as well, so that's a four man in the bot lane. Will they look for the dive? Nah, it looks like partially they're rotating back to the mid lane as well. Geo's sort of free farming that.
Yes, as Scion continues to
Oh.
get stacks in top lane,
Yeah.
takes out Set with the Soul Furnace, and just continuing to dominate that top lane as he's 1,500 gold ahead now. He already has that full item. He's got Cole looking to get that fully stacked and completed for the extra gold, especially as it contributes towards his Soul Furnace stacks, giving him more and more hit points.
Yeah, we see now after the bot lane play from Suspect Junglers, they started roaming to mid lane for Geo to flash as well. Cheeto is now just scaling like crazy, getting a bunch of damage onto the turret, a bunch of gold from that, and adding onto the gold from Cole. Can anyone stop the Scion from scaling at this point? And the answer is not looking too good for No Heckin' Way.
We've got almost 3,000 life on Scion in 12 minutes, and he is not planning on stopping. He is quite literally unstoppable at this point. The only thing you can really do is try to slow him down. But as he continues to steamroll and train through, he's going to start to be a force to be reckoned with, and he will be a raid boss.
Interestingly enough, all the roam Strike has done has led to Geo being slightly up in gold here in the mid lane. But on the other hand, Strike's been able to get some map impact, and the other lanes are ahead at the same, which is good for the team as well overall.
And only 3 stacks on the Medjai's right now at 12 minutes. If Strike hopes to keep up his record, he's going to have to pick up the pace a little bit on that. And he's got 7 minutes to be able to get the rest of the 17 stacks, which is quite possible if this is a typical PLC game.
Yeah, big fight in the bot lane, 2v2. The junglers are here to respond as well. Reap and Strike's there first though, and Cheeto on the meantime is doing another solo bolo in the top lane, really nicely done. And now No Heckin' Way is looking for the dragon, but now Awesome showed up in the bot lane on Vision, hits Pengu with the Lilting Lullaby, and Kyoki's getting very well. The ace in the hole comes out, misses Pengu, but Ibon is able to pick up the kill there. Now Strike is popping off the Spirit Rush, and the Magi stacks are counting up, and it's going to be another kill over the side of Suspect Chungus, and Strike's going around the turret and is looking for more. Kyoki's going to heal to hide on the turret. Geo put Yoshi King to 1 HP there. It's dangerous as Suspect Chungus look for the dive and try to go on both sides. Over the session misses Kyoki. The wave is just the can win, and Geo's getting very low, taking lots of auto damage, and a really nice juggle from the turret aggro from Suspect Chungus, and they're able to walk away with all the kills and no deaths.
Indeed, and it looks like Strike is well on his way to getting yet another 20-minute Medjai's, and got 13 stacks already on that. We saw that skyrocket in that fight, getting three kill participation in there, and just being able to get a couple kills and an assist, and those certainly do add up quickly for that item.
Yeah, Reap spot out on the Ocean Drake there, and Suspect Chungus are looking at turn to eyes for that for their next objective. No Heckin' Way is looking to fight over it though. Geo's coming in from the mid lane, Strike's waiting in the bush for an opportunity, and Kyoki's looking to poke. Alason's taking a step the other week. Charm goes wide from Strike, and Injected Bounty goes over to the side of No Heckin' Way. Reap's able to pick up an Ocean Drag, and that'll help keep them in the game. As, by the way, Cheetah's still running it down the top lane on Mercury B. It's really quite hard in this solo matchup. Mercury B, go for the Showstopper though into the turret. Is it enough? Facebreaker, hitting Haymaker, get some turret damage off, but it's not enough. Cheetah's going to actually just respond by actually ulting straight into the turret there, and is able to tank both the turret shots. He has too much HP, too much armor, and is able to just continue to put that pressure down.
When you've got a lot of hit points and a lot of armor, you're not really caring about set. You've got the survivability there, as you know, Strike goes on a rampage and just getting another pick onto Syndra. 4-0-3, 17 stacks. He's got 4 minutes to get the last 3 stacks for 20 stacks. Is he able to do it? Chat, is he cooking or is he cooked?
Yeah, and with this many Magi stacks, Strike's able to, it's a game warping amount of AP to have at this early in the game, and it's going to be a big problem. It's, again, no heckin' way shut him down before it's too late.
Yes, and if he gets those stacks, it will certainly be too late. We can see that Caitlyn at 402, 1,500 gold ahead. She's got a Collector and a BF sword. She's doing a lot of damage to this Jhin as he's just trying to get away here.
Reap, though, in a great spot there. Pengu baiting that successfully, not dying to the Caitlyn, and is able to hand that shutdown out of the Reap. He picks up 825 gold. That's Cheeto and Mercury B again. Mercury's trying to use the Face Breaker to try to disrupt the Sion's Q, and it's just too much. He wills him down, and he just keeps throwing Q after Q after Q, and it's amazing how little damage the Sion's taking.
Yes. Well, if you look at his items, it's really it's self-explanatory. But I almost thought I saw Warwick in there when Reap left in, just with how similar the animations are. I'm like, we don't have a Warwick this game. Where'd that come from? But Reap comes in, doing significantly more damage than Warwick would have with his ult, and seeing as the Caitlyn was caught out by themselves, amplifying Kha'Zix's damage.
Yeah, and just look at Cheeto with the Titanic Hydra just leading into being that split push threat. And even as the only tank on the team, they're not looking to the group. Spectrungus is more than happy to take all these side scuffles, and have Cheeto just keep running it down. And a very beautiful combo, that double auto with the Titanic Hydra active with the Soul Furnace prop, really clean, and it just does a lot of burst in the Mercury B. He's actually just not taking enough to deal with it.
And looks like Strike is trying to get his Magi's here. He gets the 21 stacks. He has that 21 on his Magi's. He is almost there. He has a minute and a half to fully stack this item. And so... but with Sion having 4,000 hit points, taking yet another turret with no response other than Mercury B, it looks like this game might be won just from Sion pushing if there's no response up there. They're going to have to send a lot more than just Set to fight this. He's becoming a menace. He's becoming a raid boss. Yeah. And if you don't send if you don't send people that are able to fight the raid boss, it's going to be a lost game.
Yeah, we're seeing play after play after play coming out. Suspect Strongest, they keep the pressure on, and they don't let up. Cheeto's still splitting the top lane, and with all that pressure, Asan's able to pick up the Rift Herald after the play mid lane. They get tier 1, and she's going to drive that thing right into that inhib turret, which is only about 2/3 HP, so it might just drop instantly, and it does. Mercury flashes forward into Asan, uses the Showstopper to finish off the kill. Now Cheeto's by himself here. 3 members no heckin' way. Can they do it? And she's going to flash over to use the Unstoppable Onslaught and just walk out as Sion does.
And we have his team just enabling him. They're doing everything they can to keep other people away from top lane as much as possible. They weren't able to do it quite successfully there, as they dragged themselves up there to give him the Rift Herald. But with Ibot taking that revenge kill on Reap, saying, you got me before, but this time I have teammates. You're not going to be able to do it again.
Geo landed a very nice scare of the week by placing the Dark Sphere inside the terrain. Created from Earth Dragon. Was able to pick up a surprise stun onto Yoshi King there and get a kill. As No Hidden Way is trading a couple kills here and there, but there's there's such an overwhelming force now with Cheeto deciding to finally leave top lane to help control this Earth Dragon.
Was it a minute ago he was at 4,000 hit points a minute ago? Now he's at 5,000, almost 5,000, and he's exponentially getting bigger, and nobody is able to stop him. He's just going and going and going. Looks like he's going for this bot lane turret now. He is hungry for turrets. He doesn't care about the inhibitor. He wants turrets. He wants those objectives. He wants to pad and boost that number specifically this game.
Yeah, Geo and Reap here trying to dive Cheeto. The Sunfire Cape is going to cause Geo to tank the turret shot, but it's not enough damage even with that strike turret teleporting in and trying to get a charm off onto Reap, missing. Mercury Bee's now throwing Asan and is able to get that Haymaker to try to protect himself from damage. Pengu backs up a little bit, is able to activate the Curtain Call. Strike is chasing down Reap there on the side. Yoshi King just took a shot from the Curtain Call, 1 HP. Yoki's going to pick up the kill there, and that's going to be 2 kills for the side of No Heckin' Way. A nice team fight on the side of No Heckin' Way there. Even as far behind as they are, they're able to get a couple kills out.
And looks like Suspect Chungus was able to take the dragon in that fight, keep that priority objective for them. They know that the enemy jungler, the Kha'Zix, is down, so they're not going to be able to take the Otacon very easily. But they're able to secure that dragon, able to get those objectives that they want, able to get Cheeto even more fed as he goes in to try and just push this lane as fast as possible. He wants turrets, he wants Otacon, he wants objectives, and he's going to get them. Whether anyone wants them or not, he is going to get those objectives.
Yeah, we do see a couple team members from No Heckin' Way moving towards the Otacon, but they're definitely leaning towards the top side. Reef is nowhere near to smite this, and looks like No Heckin' Way is going to have to give up the Otacon as well. Cheeto just ulting straight to that. Geo trying to hit Strike with the Scour of the Week, but it's just not doing enough damage. Strike has got his 25 Magi stacks at 20, and it does lots of damage. Yoshi King's there to protect him as well.
25 stacks in 23 minutes. About a stack a minute right now, just over a stack a minute, which is good, but it's not his fastest. He is definitely much faster than this in a lot of games, but it's certainly a feat in itself just to stack Magi's fully in 20 minutes. So just being able to get that much this quickly is still quite impressive.
Yep. Cheeto sieging the mid lane while the rest of the Suspect Chungus breaks the bot inhib, and they might even be looking to end this with this wave here. Geo's able to actually clear most of that wave. Mercury Bee getting a nice face breaker. Curtain Call from the side there from Pengu's doing lots of damage. Shut down goes over from Mercury Bee. Now Strike's running away. No Heckin' Way knows that that shutting down Strike is a big problem, or that they have to somehow do it at some point to get his AP out, but instead Pengu's going to face check Cheeto, actually somehow avoid his estimating shots. Now Cheeto's going to be on the run here, has ulti, but it's going to hit all 3 team members. Strike come here with Spirit Rush to try to help clean it up, but it's a very bad move as he's going to get hit by Scour of the Week, and Shutdown's going to go to Pengu. Barriers last auto attack from Cheeto, and No Heckin' Way just got massive amount of gold and Shutdown strikes 10 stacks off of Strike's Magi's.
Yeah, getting that gold lead onto Kha'Zix is going to be important for them. They're going to want to get gold lead elsewhere as well if they're going to have any hope at victory in this. We can see that the full gold graph here, we are starting to see that deficit being made up, especially in that last minute with that last team fight. And it's starting to even out here. With Chungus and with the Suspect Chungus and Cheeto with his 2.8 gold lead still up against Set, it is certainly very difficult to try and counter that Scion without your full team there.
Yeah, and the gold lead says 1k up for Suspect Chungus that went all the way down from 8k, But keep in mind that when you lose Magi stacks, you could translate that to gold too. So that's basically losing 1,000 gold worth AP on strike as well, and that puts
Yes.
that's a you add that on top, and now this is anyone's game as Suspect Chungus look for this team fight at Earth Drake for Earth Soul, and it looks like they've got much better tempo on this than No Hacking Away.
Yes, they could choose to take Soul here, or they could choose to go over to Baron, and it looks like Cheeto says, "Well, why not both? Let's go take both." As he heads up on his way towards Baron, as they take that dragon for Soul Point. Cheeto letting them know, "Hey, I'm here. I'm coming to your top lane. You better come fight me, otherwise I'm going to be unstoppable here."
Yeah, you saw Pinko on Geo strike just ulted over the wall to try to kill Kyoki, and is not able to do that. Suspect Chungus pulling off as Geo teleports to the top lane. Now Caitlyn taking a little bit of damage there, almost getting rooted by the deadly flourish from Pengu, and now the Baron's been disengaged. There's a bunch of pings going on the mid lane as Cheeto's going to ult forward to try to get that kill. Pengu flashing away. Now the turret's they're tanking the turret, and Pengu's going to be a really nice 4-shot onto Yoshi King. Now the rest of the Hacking Way is chasing down. The curtain call comes out, does a little bit of damage, and it looks like No Hacking Way is not quite able to catch anyone. But on the other hand, Mercury Beat is splitting down the top lane. Reap jumps on the Cheeto here, just takes tons of damage for that from Ivona. Scared the Week just lands on two people. Jin getting an auto, and Dark Sphere is going to kill Oxon, and Ivan's going to go down as well. A double kill over to Pengu. He's really strong. Teleport coming out from Strike to try to stop this base that's being destroyed. Now No Hacking Way is going for the Baron, and Kyoki's there to hold the super minions from breaking that. A really great play from No Hacking Way here, as they're able to maybe claim this Baron. They're getting dangerously low. Cheeto's coming in here with the ulti. He's getting really low. Can they finish it off? They just need that smite. Mercury be there trying to stop Cheeto. 3,000 HP on the Baron, and Suspect Chungus are here in time to finish this Baron. Geo's going to be able to trade with Strike there. Strike is now at 13 Magi stacks, but now it's Cheeto and Yoshi King trying to get the Baron. One last 1,000 HP. Cheeto's got one more decimating smash, and Baron goes over to Suspect Chungus in a surprising turn of events. This is an incredible game.
Even if Scion were the only person alive for that Baron, it would still be worth it for Suspect Chungus. And we can actually see that they have had a tiny bit of a gold deficit for about a minute, but then they made that back up as we took that Baron, and they're turning this game back in their favor, looking to push with that Baron. Scion with his pushing power, just shoving top lane here against those super minions, as you know they no longer have supers in the bot lane, but Scion being able to shove with that Baron and easily dispatch super minions.
Yeah, Reap and Asong fighting over the red buff now as Suspect Chungus start to push their waves, Baron empowered waves back into the Nexus there. Now we see Asan and Cheeto looking for the top lane. They're looking for the fight there, but is it a bad idea? Scare of the Week lands on the Asan, and so is a Face Breaker. Now Asan's 1 HP, and Zanya's Darksphere's going to kill on. Now Cheeto's fighting by himself for a bit. Strike coming over the wall, though, and now Cheeto's onto Geo, getting tons of damage. Showstopper trades with Mercury Breed, but now it's just Pengu and Kyoki by themselves. Strike is going forward, hits the charm on the Kyoki, but it misses Pengu, and Deadly Flourish almost gets the kill there. And Pengu almost makes that a 3-for-3, but not quite, as a curtain call comes out here to try to dissuade Suspect Chungus from doing anything but just standing there to protect their Ahri, and they're looking for that top end hit. Pengu and Koki looking to find a flash forward from Strike. Beautiful. That force shot comes out from Jin. Charm tries to shield him, but it's not enough. Now Suspect Chungus, they've got an open base, and they just have to push through this super creep, and they have Baron empowered minions. How long will that caster tank? It only takes 2 shots, and there's no more minions. Reap has respawned now. Strike 1 HP. Yoshi King's there to protect. As Geo's coming off base as well. Will they try to pressure this at all? It's going to be a reset and teleport into the mid lane there.
And we have Sion teleporting in mid lane, hoping to put that pressure on those objectives there, as they have Elder Dragon coming up here soon. Looks like they're setting up for that to hopefully take that objective here. And as Suspect Chungus is beginning to get that gold lead back, they are certainly a force to be reckoned with this game. Cheeto having how many hit points is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5, almost 1,000 hit points. That is a very large Scion, and he doesn't even have Heartsteel. Imagine if he had a Heartsteel.
Yeah, Ursol claimed for Suspect Chungus. I have to admit, it's an error earlier. I misread the buffs, but that's Ursol, which will help them really resist some of the attempts by Reap or Giotto to just one-shot their team. And it's really good for someone like Sion who just gets super tanky. But no, Heckenway's looking for a little bit. Showstopper lands on the set, destroys Yoshi King instantly. Now Reap looking for more kills, but he's going a little too deep and he's gonna die for it now. Mercury B's gonna go down next. Otacon slows, a big problem. Geo getting charmed by Strike, and No Heckenway just barely over pushing their lead there after that initial kill, and they're gonna go. It's gonna be 4-for-1 in favor of Suspect Chungus.
Cheeto's still alive after all of that. That Mountain Soul is insane on this Scion, especially with how much armor he has. He is built straight armor or just straight tank. He has a lot of hit points, he has a lot of resistances, he has a lot of armor, and they are going to take this win. Just a huge victory from Suspect Chungus, and congratulations to you. Good fight, No Heckenway.
You certainly made them earn it, and it looked like you had the game for a minute in there.
Yeah, it's a really impressive combo lead that doesn't really ever happen, and and to make that happen and basically lose the game to just not having quite enough damage. It's really quite exciting. It's really quite exciting to watch, and
I believe No Heckenway had a really good shot to win that game, and just didn't quite the game collapses at the end there. So
can certainly make or break a game, but if you don't carry that tempo into the next team fight, it can honestly lose you the game, as we saw here. And so they had that good team fight, they got some good tempo, they got a gold lead for just a minute, but as soon as that gold lead went away, they started losing that game again.
They started making mistakes, and the enemy Scion from Suspect Chungus was in that Soul Furnace and getting those health items, those very high health items, especially with the unending despair that we saw on there. Combat with champions is crazy with that amount of hit points.
Yep, Brawl, and just we got to see a little bit of that Otacon buff, those slows in there. It's hard. It may be hard to appreciate just by watching, but getting those from you when you get a kill next to them, and that Thornbound Otacon buff came in very clutch. The Mountain Soul buffing and taking other teams really hurt. Then they have the Seraphine Shield, and they have extra stats.
And we see here in the Discord, Striker, Janna one trick. Yeah, we see some of these players certainly flexing their stats here. Evident. We could see it here.
All right, so I'm told we have Yoshi coming in. So I just want first of all, congratulations to both of them. I believe that's coming in up in a moment here as we're getting things. Let's see. What else did you think about Suspect Chonga's Billy Harold? Even the first game we watched of them where they wiped the floor, it's pretty impressive that they managed to get.
Yes, a complete victory across the board for them, and just the potential that we've seen from champions this month. We'd like to see them next month, and to see if they can overthrow any of our previous champions, get our previous contest their crown here.
Yeah. All right. Sound check. Okay. Let's see.
Alright, looks like
All right. Okay. We got to see a lot of Strike Ari as well. Just apparently that's
yes.
worked every time. Building Magi seemed to work every time. So I guess people buy Jais on every champion in the game. Just get 25 stacks and win. It's like what's the plan?
Mm-hmm.
It'll be fun.
Yes,
to
it
see
certainly will
people do
be
that.
something that would be fun to see. If you have any mage, off stream about how Medjai's is one of the most cost-efficient items for ability powered champions. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, well, yeah. I mean, it's obviously it's cost efficient. You AP or 125 AP. So,
Yes.
it's the upside's great. The downside is
Yeah.
worth what you've got an amp 10 worth of AP. So on the other hand, though,
We just saw Strike pick up lots of stacks on Magi's, and it was that was enough really to start get the ball rolling.
All right, and we've almost got everyone in here, and so just waiting on a few things there. But the another item that's similar to Medjai's for like a lethality champion would be the Hubris. Or what other items are similar to it for other kinds of champions, like for a tank or for an AD carry? What other similar items do you think there are?
I mean, there's nothing game warping like that anymore.
Yeah.
Back in the day, Riot Games introduced a stacking mechanic for all stats. We had
Sword Vehicle for AD, and you had Force of Nature or Leviathan for HP.
Yes.
And so there used to be maybe a big game warping, but we still do have its spiritual successor in Hubris, and that is
and we see Leviathan's successor with Heart.
Yeah, so it's interesting to see, Heartsteel more scales than it does
that is than something Magi's, which try to warps the game just to generate large amounts of AP where
you really shouldn't be allowed to have that much.
Yeah, like you can get well over 1,000 AP if you. It's certainly like that champion. If you get to that point, you want to pick them off. You want to send 3 or just to get those stacks away from them. you can't risk just fighting them one-on-one because they are going to keep stacking if you do that.
Well, that's really really exciting. All right, really, thank you all for watching.
As a
All right. Yeah. And yeah, looks like we won't have an interview today, from what it sounds like.
And
Alright.
maybe holding on. I'm holding the on button.
Oh,
And okay, so if
okay, well, I was stream. Perhaps we'll keep chatting.
yeah. All right. Looks like we hopefully
We can get some of the team input from those players and what their experience was like here in the PLC.
yeah, it seems like Austin started building
But also seems to start building Dark Seal
because Striker's building Dark Seal. I thought that was really funny. Like Striker's like, oh yeah, maybe I should start stacking too.
Yeah, who's going to stack it faster, Striker or Aslan? It's most likely going to be Striker, and sure enough, it was. So looks like we do have Striker here, and so a lot of commentary from me on him, but. Let's see his input on this. So from what we can see, you're a Janna main playing in mid lane. What are your thoughts on that, Striker?
Well, you seem to bring a lot of Magi's to the mid lane. You do that every time when you play mid lane, or is it just because? Well, yeah. Yeah. Okay,
So
sorry.
he just builds med guys.
Yeah.
just a slight problem there, you know.
All right. And tell me the thought process behind building Magi's. You do that first item all the time, or what? Oh, okay. Run it down. Speaking of running it down, that last game there, it almost turned worse for you when you dropped some Magi stacks towards the middle of the game. What was your team thinking once you dropped that gold lead?
It was a bit scary, but we had such a massive lead that we were very confident that we can fight fight any team fights in general.
Yeah, and certainly seemed that way. You seem to win most of the team fights. Even that last one there, we saw Yoshi King get popped by the set ulti, and you still managed to pull that out. How do you feel about just your team fight abilities?
At the very end, my ass was kind of clenching for one of the set, but
Just a
just a little bit. But the Kha'Zix kind of just got popped. I'm gonna be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Then the team fell over when the Kha'Zix died.
How do you feel about the Ursol contributing to you guys being able to avoid dying to Kha'Zix there? That seems to be a good role for you guys.
I think it helped a little bit, but I think Kha'Zix is just a bad pick, and I think he just jumped in like a 30 enter.
All right.
Jumped in 1v3 on Kha'Zix. It generally doesn't work so well. 1v1 it works amazingly, but 1v3 not quite so much.
It's just hard for him to do much in the late game. He's not the kind of character that scales too late.
Yeah, that's true. Your Sion seemed to scale up pretty great up in the top lane. So that was really nice. Anything you're looking forward to? How do you? I mean, obviously one. Do you guys want to come back? Roll another tournament? You guys 5-0'd this one.
Depend on my junglers, my team captain. He might invite me again. He might not. Let's see.
All depends on this interview, obviously.
Obviously, I gotta talk like all the good stuff about him. Yeah.
Of course. Yeah. Well, did you convince him to start building Dark Seal during the games, or was he just doing that already?
I think he was doing that already. I didn't say anything.
All right.
Well,
All right.
we'd certainly love to see you back here, and always invite your friends. We want more teams here. We want more faces, and we like the action here, as you can tell.
That might be scary, but we'll see.
Congratulations, Striker, and congratulations to your team for winning the Progenitor League Circuit May.
Thank you very much.
All right.
All right. And
guys.
looks like we are just about wrapping up here. Just a few final remarks here. Just overall, what do you think of the teams?
Obviously, the last two teams, Zohek and Wei and Suspect Jungos, looked really good. There were a couple other moments there we ought to couch on the first game there in the Rumble and stuff like that. So we see some good players. I'd love to see everyone come back and maybe improve a little bit. See if they can get those lanes down, so they can see more of that really interesting team fights that we saw in the last game of the finals. Just as a reminder, everyone, June 21st is the next Progenitor League Circuit in June, and we look forward to seeing you all there.
And yes,
Oh.
July 12th, we also have the next tournament available. I believe that is open for registration already, so sign up early, and we certainly hope to see you here.
All right. Thank you, everybody, and this is Progenitor League Circuit. So you guys all have a great evening.